looked like they were trying to get him back early because they wanted him back so that no one was going to get confused about CM Punk. They don't want people thinking that the mystery person at Survivor Series is CM Punk. Otherwise, they would just leave it. They would just have Cody reveal the person, the mystery partner at Survivor Series. But this report that was doing the rounds about a week or so ago said they didn't want to do that because people would then start speculating, oh my God, is it CM Punk? So they're looking to bring him in before Survivor Series, Randy Orton. And it could be, likely will be, tonight, unless they're going to do a little segment on SmackDown where they're going to have Randy revealed on SmackDown. I don't know that they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. I think that Drew is going to join up with Judgment Day. He's going to join their side for Survivor Series. Cody was making a phone call. Cody has sent a tweet out saying he knows they need to find someone. They need another person. We saw Cody on the phone for SmackDown. He's put this tweet out saying that we need to get someone on board. We need to get someone else. Obviously, he knows Randy from back in the day, Legacy, and all of those connections. So, yeah, this is definitely going to be an eventful show. Even if the rest of the show is hot garbage, even if the rest of the show is a load of rubbish, which I don't think it will be, but even if it is, it's going to be a very eventful show. Because at some point, at any point, we could be getting the return of Randy Orton. So the other things that we've got on the show tonight, just so we can make sure that we've got the information out there. 2 superstars are going to face off to decide the War Games match advantage. So one from each team, Judgment Day's team, Cody, Jay, Sammy, Seth's team. One person from each team will face off. Winner means their team gets the advantage at Survivor Series War Games. Drew McIntyre is going to open the show. He's kicking off the show. He's going to be addressing his actions from last week. Raquel Rodriguez and Nia Jax are going to go up against each other. We've got Becky Lynch going up against Xia Li. That's been building away for a little while, so don't mind that either, actually. Becky Lynch and Xia Li should be fun. And then the final one is Shinsuke. And Shinsuke is certainly causing some conversation because there's a few beliefs out there, and they could be correct, that Shinsuke is targeting someone, and the way that he's going to target them is by issuing them an open challenge, and that could be the case, and that could go that way. But tonight he's taking on Chad Gable of Alpha Academy. So we've got Shinsuke, who's been cutting these strange, cryptic backstage vignettes. He is going to be going up against Chad Gable tonight, but clearly he's got someone in his sights. Clearly there's someone that he's interested in going after. And he's made a message. He sent a message to this person. And there's people out there thinking it could lead to an open challenge. And there's some out there thinking that CM Punk could answer that open challenge. We were talking about this on yesterday's stream. And the point I made yesterday is the point I have today. It could go that way. I don't think it will go that way, but it could go that way. And I think that there's lots of ways that could go. Like, it could go that way, but it could also go this way, or it could go this way, or it could go this. There's lots of different ways that Shinsuke story could go. But what is, definite about it is how interesting it is. I think it is Shinsuke's character is one of the most interesting characters in WWE right now. I think the work they've done with him has been absolutely fantastic. So good to see that continuing now that we're past that Seth Rollins feud, to be honest. Good to see that investment in his character is still continuing, because the concern was they'd just built him up for Seth. And then as soon as that feud was over, back to irrelevancy. But that's not what's happened. And that's very good to see, because I really like and rate Shinsuke Nakamura. I think he's an excellent talent, and someone that we haven't even scratched the surface with in WWE. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting show. It is a go home. Remember that it's a go home. Because this is going to mean that it might be a little bit ropey in a few places, because obviously we know the big stuff has been done, the big stuff has been sorted, so it's only going to be little touches and whatever. But the fact that we might be getting the return of Randy Orton after 18 months away, that is more than enough for tonight's show to make tonight's show a very, very interesting broadcast. So, yeah, the excitement is real. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting into the chat as well and having a chat with you guys. News-wise, there hasn't been loads, to be honest. The wrestling world is kind of very focused on this show tonight. It's a big show tonight, as we said, because of the potential. And I can see that Randy is trending, is in my For You section. So, yeah, this is going to be... Orton is trending. The Rock is trending, but then The Rock normally tends to trend. So, yeah, we've got a lot to get our teeth into. Let's jump over to Ryan Gambler that says, do we get Randy tonight? Well, do you know what, Ryan? Let's do that as a poll. I did put it up on the channel. I put it up on the channel earlier. I'll put it in the chat as well now. Does Randy return tonight? I put it up on the channel on the community tab, and we can have a look at the results. I put it up earlier today. The great thing about that community tab is it does reach a lot of people. So we've had nearly 4,000 votes. Wow, that is a lot of people. And 60% say yes, 40% say no. So 60-40 say yes, he returns tonight. But that's how close it is. That's how close it is. That's how people are like, oh. And you know what, right? I actually think that's I'm probably in line with that. I might be a little more 70-30 than 60-40 in yes, I think we get him. I think, is it likely or unlikely we get him tonight? I think it's likely that we get him because of those two big reports. So the first one was more than just a report. It was a picture of him at the Performance Center. But the report that followed it was that he was working towards a return around Survivor Series, right? That was the first load of stuff we got. And then the other thing we had was, I believe, I can't remember where this came from. I want to say WrestleVotes, but it might not have been. But it was another report that came out that said they wanted to bring him back before Survivor Series because they didn't want people to think that it could be CM Punk. So they want to bring Randy in now rather than do a mystery thing at Survivor Series, because then people would be like speculating it's CM Punk when it's actually Randy Orton. So that was another report that was doing the rounds a couple of weeks ago, week or so ago. So because of those two reports, this Raw has got everyone looking at it. The one thing I will say is that if Drew announces tonight that he is going to join up with the Judgment Day, because I don't think he officially has yet. I don't think he's officially in their team. We saw him attack Jay, and we saw him with Rhea, but I don't think he's officially come out and said, I'm going to be in the War Games match, right? I think Cody knows it's going that way. And I think we saw Cody on the phone on SmackDown, which was great, right? Because that showed that Cody was making calls and was putting pieces in place, right? The phone call might not be connected to this, but in my mind, if Drew announces he's in this team, in this War Games match, Cody can say, I thought it was going to go this way, and I've made a call, right? And straight away, my head would think back to SmackDown when we saw Cody in the background of Nick Aldis's office on the phone. I thought it was going to go this way, and so I've made a call, and we've got an extra partner as well, and then he can bring him out. But the other thing is that if Drew announces tonight he's going to join up with Judgment Day, then Cody might not have the fix in place yet, so it may move to SmackDown, right? It may move to SmackDown. It'd be a great way to get SmackDown ratings. Be a great way to get, like, you know, who do you think he's going to get, blah, 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 blah. Because at the moment, WWE haven't said that Drew is in, not that I've seen. So So Cody doesn't need to get Randy. If he's gone and sorted Randy, it's because he knows that Drew's going to be involved and he knows that it's going to go that way. But there is an argument, a small argument, for leaving it till SmackDown and sorting it out on SmackDown. I don't think they'll do that, though. I think it will be sorted tonight, hence why I'm probably 70-30. But the 30 is... The doubt that I've got is that we know that Randy wanted to get back for Survivor Series. What if there's been a problem or a delay? Just because he wants to doesn't mean that the work that's been going on has been successful. And what if he's not able to make it? So they do need a partner, and he has called someone, but there is a chance it wasn't Randy, right? What if the reports were wrong? I mean, there is a chance, you know, there's been a lot of reports, but there is a chance that, like, you know, Randy's just been going to the performance center just to, you know, stay healthy, stay in shape, and not work towards a return. So there's a chance the reports are wrong, but I think it's been picked up by so many people and spoken about now for so long that I kind of feel like that's probably not likely. Then also the chance that Randy's recovery hasn't gone as well as hoped. There's maybe a chance of that. And then also, I think the biggest one for me is that they might not have the answer to the Drew problem tonight. They might save it for SmackDown. So for those reasons, that's why I'm at 30% doubt. But I feel more comfortable that we do get it than we don't get it. So it's still going to be, make no mistake about it, this is still going to be, you know, there is doubt there. So if he is about to come making his way down the ramp, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a moment. It's going to be one of the biggest moments of the year because it's Randy Orton. It's one of the greatest of all time. If you're going to talk about greatest, certainly greatest heels, I mean, you can even go as far as greatest superstars, right? I don't know that he stands alongside Hogan and Stone Cold and Undertaker. And I don't know. Maybe for some he does. Is he quite on that level? You know, Cena, I think, is on that level. But did Randy make that level? Debatable, right? Debatable. For me, he might just be that one step below, which I would say is like your Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels level, to be honest. But I think that it's undeniable that he is in the conversation. There's going to be people out there that would put him on their Mount Rushmore. There would be people out there that would say he is their favorite superstar. There would be people out there that would say he absolutely belongs in that top tier alongside Stone Cold's and The Rock. Like Randy Orton definitely belongs on that level. Like, and you know what? It's not that I wouldn't think that stupid if people wanted to argue that. I think that he is something like a 13-time world champion. You know, ever present. I mean, he's just been used in so many storylines, and he's had so many championship reigns, and he's had so many moments. I think it'd be an interesting conversation, to be honest. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the return of someone that big that we've not seen in 18 months. Like, I know I'm hyping it up a bit, and we're talking about it quite a bit, but it's a massive deal. There are times where you just have to go, do you know what? If that happens, it would be huge. 18 months away. Do you remember Riddle's speech as well? It was a while ago now, but Riddle was in tears on Raw. In tears because he was like, he sent a message to Randy, who he said he knew was watching at home. And, he was in tears because of how bad that situation was. And I don't think that we quite knew at that time how bad it was, but here we are 18 months later. We haven't seen Randy, and we might be on the verge of his return tonight, so I'm very much looking forward to it. So 60-40 on the channel, people are saying he will return. In our chat, 67-33. So again, I'm very much around that same area myself. I'm very much around that same kind of thinking that it's like that kind of 60-40, 70-30. This is not 100% certain. No way. Not 100% certain. But equally, it's not 0%. There's no chance, you know? So it's going to be good. Mitchell said it's going to be really interesting to see the ratings tonight. NFL's game tonight is a rematch of last year's Super Bowl. Could that push back Randy's return? Or maybe they use the return to counter-program? Well, that's interesting, Mitchell. I appreciate that information. I think that that's the kind of stuff that we don't, you know, in other countries get to really see. I mean, you know, I'm not an NFL fan. I've seen the Super Bowl, and I think it's a great spectacle. But I don't have a team. I don't follow the league. I don't know what's going on. I don't know the players. So for me, I never know what the fixtures are or even what the big fixtures would be. But clearly, if it was the two teams that were in the Super Bowl final last year, then I've got to think they're two of the bigger, more successful sides in current times. So that would certainly, in my mind, make me think of, like, you know, Man United, Liverpool, or something like that, to put it in Premier League terms. So is that going to affect things? I would say it would. I mean, if they were going up against Luton versus Bournemouth, or like Luton versus Sheffield United, right? There ain't going to be loads of people that are going to tune in for that. But if they were going up against Man United versus Liverpool, then there's going to be a lot more people that tune in for that. And so I've got to think that means less people tuning into WWE. So flip that to the NFL equivalent, and yeah, I'd say it probably will affect things. I mean, to be honest, I'm a big believer, and this is something WWE taught me when I was young, and I think it's such a good lesson. I think it's a really, really good lesson. It's sometimes hard to do in life, but I think it is a really good lesson, and it is like, look after yourself, look after your own business. So, you know, don't worry about what others are doing. Don't focus on what others are doing. I mean, when I used to work in an entertainment store, I used to work for one company, and there was a rival company. And so, you know, we very easily could have been over there every day, looking at what was in their window, looking at what was on their displays, looking at how the staff interacted with customers. We could have done loads. And I'm sure at like a top level, there was some degree of work that was being done, analyzing that kind of stuff. But at a store level, you know, we weren't focused on that. We were focused on ourselves. We weren't focused on, like, you know, what if they had local artists going in or anything. We weren't worrying about that. We were just trying to put, like, you know, the best offers out that we could, and do the best things that we could, and kind of, you know, make sure we were maximizing ourselves. And that was a lesson WWE taught me, because you can learn life lessons from wrestling. But WWE taught me that because in the 90s, when WWE was focused on WCW, they didn't get anywhere. When they were focused on WCW, and you had like billionaire Teds and the Nacho Man and all this kind of stuff, right? The Huckster, and they were taking shots and whatever. They were too distracted. They were too busy worrying about what the other side were doing and like putting it down. It came across as petty, and the product they were putting on wasn't very good. So they were trying to bring down their competitors' products when their own product was actually quite poor. Once they stopped sort of doing that, and they started focusing on themselves, and they started to, you know, get behind Stone Cold, build up The Rock, and start to, you know, do some stuff with like DX and whatever. Once they like got behind and embraced like the new Attitude Era, you know, I mean, they started making record revenues. They started making more money than they'd ever made before. And I think part of that was because they focused on themselves. I think part of that was that they focused on what they needed to do. They were putting on the best thing that they could do. You're always going to compete against the NFL, and you're always going to have to, you know, try and find a way of battling against it. They've done that year after year after year after year after year. So I think if it makes more sense for them to bring Randy back tonight, because they don't want to have people thinking that it could be CM Punk for Survivor Series, well, really, you've either got tonight or you've got Friday. You've either got tonight to do it or you've got Friday to do it. if they think that the NFL thing is going to be too big of a distraction and that people are going to just miss the Randy return, maybe they will delay it. But as I said, I'm a believer in doing what's right for your business. I'm a believer in worrying about your own business, you know. So the answer to the question for me would be, what is the right thing for them? What would be the right way to do it? Do they need to do it? What does the story need? Does the story need it to be tonight? Or do you delay it to Friday? You know, I don't even know if there's any football on Friday. You might be going up against something else on Friday. My instinct would be to do it tonight, but again, you know, these are the kinds of decisions that they have to make at like that kind of board level. But big believer in worrying about yourself and putting out the best product that you can put out, rather than constantly reacting to, you know, oh, well, we can't do this because of that, and we can't do this because of that. All of a sudden, you sort of get boxed in by that, you know. What you're doing is you're kind of creating limitations for yourself that might not need to exist. You know, you're putting up these walls, but I can't do that because of this reason. I can't do that because of that reason. I can't do that because of that. And all of a sudden, you're sort of boxed in. I think I would do it personally. I would do it tonight. But as we said, you know, if they feel like it is just too big of a game, it's an exceptional big game or something. You know, if it's something that's like out of the ordinary, it's a monster game that we don't often go up against someone of this size, maybe they would delay it. D. Forrest said, I hope they proper hit Randy's music or he RKOs someone out of nowhere. If Cody says something cringe, we'll have a Viper for our team. I'll be upset. That would be cringe. I agree. That would be cringe. I hope he doesn't say something cringe. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to think. I can see it. I can just totally see it. I can see him saying something like that. And I agree, it's awful. So I also want to see, like, you know, I made a phone call, you know, we've got a fifth member as well, and then boom, his music hits. Just somewhat simple. I mean, you don't really... Randy's return is going to be so big that you don't need any little cringy lines or anything. I agree with that. And Cody is guilty of that at times. But, you know, either way, just getting Randy back is going to be amazing. And, you know, I'm not lying when I say this. We have said for the longest time that this was an injury that he might not even be able to return from. And I was not lying. I wasn't lying. And it's been 18 months, you know. And at Randy's age, 18 months gone from your career, I mean, you can imagine that is a lot of time. That's a lot of time at any stage in your career. To lose over like a year and a half of your career, at any point that's a knock. At any point that's a blow. But for Randy at his age, with his body deteriorating, you know, wrestling is only getting harder for him. It's not getting easier. You know, his body is obviously aging and things are getting harder. He's not as strong as he was. He's not as quick. He's not as explosive. I mean, last time we saw him, he was still looking great. But you can see when you look at John Cena that there's a definite step that's missing now. That, you know, he's not as sharp as he was. And I think part of that is because he's been away from the business. And, you know, it's hard to come in and just do a match and look really good. So because he'd been away from the business, I think, like, you know, your skills kind of go a bit blunt. You're not sharp, right? I think this is going to be the concern with Randy, is that he might not be as sharp. But we know he's been doing work at the Performance Center. We know that, but we don't know what that work is. But the hope is that he's been, you know, in there working with some of the NXT talent, which has probably been amazing for them. And hopefully it's like, you know, he's going to be quite sharp and, you know, up to speed. But yeah, this, for him to come back at all is just incredible, because at his age, this looks to be an injury that could definitely have ended his career. So it's clear that if he does come back, he ain't done. He ain't ready to give up. He ain't ready to call it quits. This is something that's in his blood. This is something that is his life's passion. This is something that I think he is also going to struggle to walk away from. Maybe not to the extent that Ric Flair is struggling, but this is something that, Randy, I think this is what he was born to do. He is, he's a professional wrestler, and he's a damn good one as well. I'm indifferent towards Randall coming back tonight, says JP. Like when Seth said, since you have a psychopath on your team, it's only fair I have a lunatic on mine, says Dark Angel. Robert says, why copy what Charlotte Flair did to recruit Becky Lynch? Why copy what Charlotte Flair did to recruit Becky Lynch? Well, you do get that. I mean, it's a good point, but we do see that kind of crossover sometimes. I'm reminded of like Riot Squads and Absolution, when we had two like female factions both arrive at the same time, both three girls causing carnage backstage, and they just both arrived at the same time, one on Raw, one on SmackDown, and sometimes it's just the way that it works out, I mean, if you've got Randy coming back, then like I can understand that you want to make sure. I mean, you need the baby faces. It's difficult, isn't it? Because you need the baby faces to be in need of someone. Like, you're never really going to have the baby faces with the numbers advantage and then throw an extra person on the heel side. Like, ideally, you always want the baby faces in peril. You always want the baby faces with their backs up against the wall. What are they going to do? How are they going to get out of this? Who are they going to get? And so, like, this is why time and time again, you always see the baby faces being the ones that desperately need to find, we did it last year with Becky being the surprise person on Bianca's team. We did that just last year as well. So it's, the baby faces always scrambling, trying to find that person that can save their team, that can be that missing piece. So there's only so many ways of telling this story. I agree, you could get, there are surely ways that you could be more creative with it. I don't disagree with that. It doesn't have to be baby faces just calling up, desperately trying to find someone like every single year. Like, I'm sure we could find different things to do, but I think with this one, there's not loads of different alternatives. So this is why we do tend to see the same kind of play on a regular basis when it comes to the war games. Oh my god, I need another partner. Who can I go and get? Randy being younger than AJ Styles is nuts, says Mitchell. James said, did you hear about Raw getting new theme music? It could be tonight. I did, and I'm really pleased about it because I get asked a lot, what's your favorite Raw music or theme and stuff like this? Like, to be honest, I've got a few that I've liked over the years, but I can hand on heart say this might be the worst. Greatness, I have never liked. I just don't like it. It's not a song that appeals to me. It doesn't really build to a big, like, great chorus, or it doesn't have like a good driving vibe to it. It's just sort of there. It's just sort of there. It feels like greatness. I don't like it. Never liked it. So I'm really looking forward to a new theme. And we were talking about this on our Sunday stream. Shout out to everyone that joined us yesterday. That's how we're gonna do them now. Sunday streams, we're gonna do them for an hour. Like, on a Sunday, I just waffle. I mean, I waffle anyway, but on a Sunday, I tend to waffle. And so we do streams on a Sunday, and sometimes they go an hour and a half, sometimes they go 2 hours. They've started going over 2 hours. So now what I'm doing is I'm putting a clock in the corner, and it's an hour, and that is it. If we don't get to every topic, we don't get to every topic. And so we went for an hour yesterday, and it was good. I didn't get a chance to do my Survivor Series predictions, and so my plan was to do them after. And I started like getting graphics for it, and I was like, why am I doing it now? Like, what's the point in me saying I think Randy's going to come back when we might be less than 24 hours away from Randy coming back? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So all of a sudden it dawned on me, I need to do it after Raw, because, like, there's pointless going, I think Randy's going to be on the babyface team, because by the time Raw happens, we'll probably know the answer to that. So hence why it didn't drop today as planned, because this is such a big show. I'm going to wait till after this, so it'll drop tomorrow. So Survivor Series predictions will drop tomorrow, and I've got a few graphics like lined up for it and everything, but I haven't actually put it all together yet. But I was doing some other work on other videos and things, so certainly utilized the time, and I think it makes for a better stream as well. More disciplined, more focused. So yeah, we'll do that again. Probably Sunday. I mean, the reason I say probably is because it's Survivor Series. So I suppose, yeah, it would make sense to do it Sunday, where we do a bit of a recap, review, reaction, you know, fallout, all that kind of stuff, you know. I really am trying to do them every Sunday. So, yeah, we will definitely look to do that on Sunday. But, of course, this weekend, it's Survivor Series. Macca said, question, if Randy returns tonight, do we get halfway through the show or at the end? I would think it'd be the end. I mean, if Randy returns, it's going to be a massive moment, and anything after that is going to be overshadowed. I think that it would be the end of the show. I think Drew's going to start the show, and he's going to say, I'm guessing that he's on the team. I think this is then going to mean that the baby faces need to go and find someone. Cody can say that he's made a few calls. Obviously, we don't know if those calls have been successful. Maybe he called some people and it didn't come through. And perhaps they're going to have to, like, you know, scramble around. Either way, as the point was made earlier, I expect it to be another one of those situations where the babyface team is at the numbers disadvantage. We're going to use the show to try and find an extra person for the team. And by the end of the show, Randy Orton will be revealed as that person. It's tried, it's tested, it's been done like 1,000,000 times previous, and it'll be done 1,000,000 times again in the future. But it works. It works, you know. It's one of those. It works. People are waiting for him, and yeah, everyone's tuning in tonight, or people should be tuning in tonight. Certainly those that read the reports. I mean, if you don't read the dirt sheets and you're really a casual that's like not really involved with the kind of, you know, Meltzers, Sean Ross Sapps, these kind of internet channels, you know, because there's no way that you wouldn't have heard if you don't go on to like Cultaholic or Wrestle Talk or, you know, all these kinds of channels, like, you would have heard the news. So I can only imagine the only people that don't know are people that just, you know, watch a bit of wrestling on the night, and they just, that's it, you know, they don't really dig any deeper than that. They don't go online. Those are the people that won't have heard. But anyone else, the whole internet wrestling community is sat there waiting and watching tonight for Randy's return. So we will see if it goes that way, of course, and I expect it to be more towards the end of the show than in the middle. But Days, are you a night owl that stays up all night and sleeps in the afternoon? Said Robert. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm on American time, so like for me, I tend to think that I'm like 12 hours out basically. So if I go to bed at like 11 a.m., that's basically 11 p.m. right? And if I get up at, say, 6, if I go to bed at 11 and get up at 6 p.m., right? That might seem strange in the UK, but actually, if you flip it 12 hours, it's the same as me going to bed at 11 p.m. and getting up at 6 a.m. So my body is out by 12 hours. And it is a mess, to be honest, because I don't think I probably get enough sunlight. Probably don't get enough sunlight, certainly during the winter. And it can be a little bit discombobulating, you know. But, you know, this is the life that I didn't choose this life. This life chose me. So, and there's certainly a pleasure to be here and talking wrestling with you guys. So, yeah, it's just part and parcel of it. Q the Light Knight, shout out to you. But LA Knight, says, when, brackets, not if, CM Punk returns at Survivor Series, do you think the pop will be louder than his AEW debut? I think if CM Punk returns at Survivor Series, I think that the pop is going to be big because at the moment it's not been reported that that's going to happen. So it will catch people off guard. Certainly there will be people that will be tuning in hoping that it could happen. But hoping and, it being spoiled are obviously two different things. If the dirt sheets are saying he's signed, he's going to be there, then obviously you go like, when's it going to happen, right? It's happening, but just when's it going to happen? That's very different to, is it going to happen? Are we going to get it? And so I think if it did happen, then there would be a big initial pop, because it would be, oh my God, I am watching something significant. Like this is CM Punk returning to WWE for the first time in like 9 3/4 years. Nearly 10 years he will have been away from WWE. So it'll be a massive moment, which, because you're there watching it live, I can only imagine that you would just out of shock initially, like, oh my God, like pop, right? Then I think it's going to be very interesting what happens after that. I think it's going to be very interesting what happens after that. We were talking about this yesterday. CM Punk, I mean, I don't know in 2023 to a WWE audience, I don't know how they react. We're in Chicago. They're going to know CM Punk, right? So we're in Chicago. So for Survivor Series, they will know CM Punk. I can't imagine you're a wrestling fan in Chicago and you don't know CM Punk, right? So that's an important factor. And if anyone's going to support him, it's going to be Chicago, right? So I've got to think that it's going to be overwhelmingly positive. But, there's one thing that did strike me that I was quite surprised by. And that was that the Wembley show is where he gets suspended, yeah? You might remember the next weekend was All Out. And so that was in Chicago. And there was big concern that the crowd were going to turn on the show, or that the crowd weren't going to go, or there'd be a protest, or CM Punk chants would take over, or there'd just be CM Punk signs everywhere. I mean, I know that they confiscate the odd sign, but if like loads of people are going to bring them, good luck with like getting all of those signs, right? I was shocked, genuinely shocked, at how little CM Punk mentions there were by the Chicago crowd at All Out. I remember some chants. There was some chants, but it didn't derail the show. There was just a few chants. I remember the biggest moment was when the Bucks were wrestling and the Bucks kept getting booed, right? The Bucks kept getting booed by the crowd, and actually that's when we were hearing more CM Punk chants. But really, for the rest of the show, it didn't disrupt or interrupt or anything like that. And I think that's quite interesting. I mean, clearly these people that bought tickets are AEW fans as well as CM Punk fans, and they went to watch the show and enjoy the show. And I don't think they wanted to disrupt the show, but it is a surprise that they didn't kind of make their voices heard more. I was shocked that we didn't get more CM Punk chants throughout the show. I was shocked that there wasn't more CM Punk signs or CM Punk shirts. I mean, I really thought you would just see CM Punk shirts everywhere, CM Punk signs everywhere, CM Punk chants everywhere. There was none of that. I mean, well, I can't say none. I mean, there were a few shirts and there were a couple of chants and there was a couple of signs, but I would say it was 10% of what I was expecting compared to what it was that we got. So his reputation is in a very interesting place because there is a lot of people that blame him for the drama that happened in AEW. A lot of people, right? Again, this weekend at Full Gear, we had like chants starting for CM Punk, and apparently these people were booed. So in AEW, there is very split feeling towards CM Punk. Very, very split feeling towards him. I don't know how that translates to a WWE crowd. I don't know. And like, you know, kids that don't watch AEW, or I don't know, kids that don't really know much about CM Punk, because you got to remember WWE is made up of a lot of youngsters. You always see kids in the crowd at WWE shows. You know, they've probably only been watching for the past few years, 2 years, 3 years. How are they going to react to someone that hasn't been in since 2014? Again, I don't know. I think it's very hard to know. It's very difficult to know, like, how that reaction's going to be. I think that it's going to be a big pop. I think that it's going to be a big surprise. I would then be interested to know kind of how people react after that. Do I think it'd be bigger than his AEW debut? 100% no. Definitely no. And the reason why I say that is because people expected and knew that he was debuting on Rampage. So it had been spoiled. So everywhere you looked, there was welcome back signs, big signs for CM Punk, people that were there, you know, that were wearing their old CM Punk merch. Like Chicago was ready to welcome back their hero, and someone that they hadn't seen in a wrestling ring for 7 years or so. Whereas, you know, we've seen him wrestling in AEW, so there's not that sense of absence. I think as wrestling fans, we've seen him wrestling, whereas when he came back in AEW, he'd only done a couple of indie moments. He hadn't really, and even that, I believe he was under a mask. So I don't see it being as big as the AEW debut, no. Could that change if news leaks that he is going to be there? Might change. If news leaks that, oh my God, CM Punk has signed and he is going to be at Survivor Series, then yeah, that could change things. And people could then go expecting it with their signs and all that kind of stuff. But right now, I don't think I really don't think the majority are expecting him to be there. I really don't think the majority think that CM Punk's going to be there, because I think the dirt sheets and the rumor mill has kind of kept expectations on that low, to be honest. I think there are a few that are hoping, but I think the majority are not expecting it. Because there's been so many reports that WWE won't even engage in talks with him, and that WWE aren't interested. And, even that report about Randy is going to be announced tonight, because they don't want to have a mystery for Survivor Series, because people will think that it could be CM Punk. They're trying to avoid that. So even that was a report that did the rounds, as we said, week or two ago. So because of this, like, it's believed that he's not going to be returning there, and I think that's kind of kept the expectations relatively low. So I think at the moment, if you're going to Survivor Series, I don't know that you're going and taking a CM Punk sign, or that you're going and going to be, with the intention of chanting for CM Punk, because we didn't see that. We didn't see that on the show after he'd been fired by AEW. The Chicago crowds, who could have absolutely sabotaged All Out, could have absolutely, all right, they can take your signs and they can tell you to change your shirt, right? Good luck doing that with 10,000 people, by the way. But they can take your signs, they can take your, but they can't stop you. How are they going to shut down your chants unless they're going to turn the mic down on the crowd and completely drown the crowd out? So I think that because that they weren't more animated, it makes me think that his reputation has took a bit of a hit over this. If the Chicago crowd aren't going to be, if you compare the Chicago crowd to his AEW debut to the Chicago crowd at this year's All Out. It was night and day, wasn't it? It was absolutely night and day. The difference was staggering. Compare the excitement and the enthusiasm and how vocal that crowd were for CM Punk for that Rampage in Chicago. Compare it to this year's All Out. Completely different. Completely different. As we said, they didn't sabotage the show. They didn't chant his name all night. They weren't holding up all of these banners and posters and I've got to think that the reason was because it was, I think they were drained. I think they were like, this was a lot of drama, and I think they just wanted to watch the show. I think the CM Punk drama got in the way for a lot of people, you know? So has that affected, like, you know, how people would react to him if he came back to WWE? I don't know. All I can do is watch the shows and see how people are reacting. And I think if you compare those two reactions, I think it's very striking. Fun question, though. I like it. So, LA Knight, yeah, shout out to you. Fiendish FBE203 said, just wait for Cult of Personality to play at Survivor Series. So Fiendish FBE203 yesterday was very excited about the idea of CM Punk coming back at Survivor Series. And as we said, it can happen, right? I'm not sitting here saying that it's not going to happen because, as I said on yesterday's stream, I had a little slap around the face when Edge went to AEW because that was also something I didn't expect. And it happened. So I now have to sit here, right, with my L that I took for that and say, okay, well, then if Edge can go to AEW, and I thought Edge was a WWE lifer, I didn't think that he would leave. I didn't think that WWE would allow it. I didn't think they would want someone like Edge's stature to go to a rival company, right? I didn't think they'd want that. And I thought they would find something for him. I can't believe they were like, just haven't got anything. I can't, WWE shocked me on that. I don't blame Edge. I blame WWE for not having better plans for and not looking after a legend. You know, you've got someone there that's given his whole career to you, and all he wants to do is wrestle and full time. And, you know, I don't know the ins and the outs of it. I mean, maybe WWE gave him an incredible offer and he just wasn't excited by, because he did also say he was looking around and there wasn't as many people in WWE that he hadn't faced now compared to AEW. So I don't know. I don't know where, like, you know, maybe Edge takes a little bit of the blame, but to me, it seems like it was more WWE's fault for not giving him something exciting to do. But either way, he went to AEW. I wasn't expecting it. I don't expect CM Punk to be at Survivor Series, but he's a wrestler. WWE put on wrestling matches, so and he's CM Punk is free, is available. They're going to have to spend a lot of money to get him, but they could get him if they wanted. But so yeah, you know, you look at that and you go, well, it could happen, yeah. But I just don't expect it. I think that WWE just seemed to not want to engage with the drama. I think there was a lot of drama when CM Punk was there. And I think this was maybe an opportunity for him to show that he was no longer about that, and that maybe he'd matured, and that maybe he wasn't as difficult to work with. And all that's happened is he's gone to AEW and ended up getting suspended once for drama, and then losing his job because of more drama. So this is my WWE. Surely you're looking at that going, oh, right, yeah. That's the guy we remember. We know that guy. We know that guy. We had to deal with that guy 10 years ago. So I don't know that they're looking at that going, oh, yeah, let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. He's changed. He seems easy to work with. So we'll see, won't we? We'll see. We'll find out. Certainly there'll be people tuning in to find out. Certainly it's going to make for a more intriguing Survivor Series. McAvoy Production said CM Punk's biggest pipe bomb was against AEW. The brawl out thing. That's the press scrub. That was amazing. There are moments in wrestling that are little flags, little moments that I think you will always go back to. For example, one of the biggest would be the Montreal Screwjob. If you're going to tell the history of pro wrestling, I don't think you can tell that history without telling the Montreal Screwjob story from '97. It's too important. It's a massive moment. It doesn't just affect Brett and Sean and Vince. It affects the industry because the repercussions of that are monstrous, right? So you can't tell the story of pro wrestling, the history of pro wrestling without talking about the Montreal Screwjob. And there's loads of other examples, right? I honestly think that brawl out, that CM Punk press conference, I think that's one of those moments as well. I don't think you can tell the history of pro wrestling without telling that story. CM Punk's return was one of the biggest. That you can't tell that without that as well, right? So him just coming back at Rampage is one of those moments. But I would say that brawl out moment changed the momentum and the trajectory of AEW. And AEW are WWE's biggest rivals right now, and that changed so much for them, because up until that point it felt like they were building and growing, and you can still make the argument that after that point we got Wembley, and we're still continuing to grow, but everything just feels harder now. Everything feels flatter now. It doesn't feel like the same upwards trajectory. It feels more sideways. And I think a big part of that is the ratings for Dynamite. Dynamite's their biggest show, and it seems to be stuck in that 8 to 850 range. They've tried loads of different things, and it just seems to be going sideways. And really, you go back and point to that moment as to when things kind of really changed for them. So absolutely huge. That was and he did go off. You're right. That was a big pipe bomb moment. L.A. Knight says BWE just reacted with a smile about someone asking him about Shinsuke's presence at Survivor Series. Okay. What does that mean? Matt Carney says hero worship and the distorted view that this can create is prevalent in wrestling. Hero worship and the distorted view that this can create is prevalent in wrestling. We yearn for good guys to fight for our cause. We project qualities onto them that may not actually exist. Well, that's true. Straight away when I read that, the first thing I think of is Hulk Hogan. So straight away I think of Hulk Hogan. I think of Hogan and the fact that he was say your prayers, take your vitamins, all about USA and doing things the right way. And, all these stories come out about him not wanting to put people over and taking steroids. And just lie after lie after lie. And the real persona of the person doesn't appear to be even remotely close to the character that was being portrayed on screen. And I think this is where it gets a bit tricky, because I was not a Hulk Hogan fan per se, right? Because Hogan was very dominant in the main event scene, right? Which was fine. But he was not someone that I really felt a major connection with. You had to have an opinion on him when you was a kid because he was always ever present, right? But he was Mr. USA. He was Mr. America. And I ain't got nothing against America. That's absolutely fine. I watched as a kid and I still enjoyed watching him fight for his country against the evil Sergeant Slaughter or whoever it might be, standing up for whatever. But to me, it was never going to resonate as much as, say, The Ultimate Warrior, who resonated so much more. And another prime example of someone that was absolutely in their like character, was just a wild man who just you felt a connection with and just seemed to just be so much fun and just like, you know, going out there, getting the job done. And then, you know, behind the scenes, just an awful person. Just an awful person. But so but going back to Hulkster, I didn't feel like a real connection with Hogan. I respected him as a kid. But, I mean, him against Andre, I definitely wanted Andre. Definitely wanted Andre to win that, right? It was nothing really against Hogan. It's just Andre was special. As a kid, you looked at Andre, you're like, wow, look at him. Like, wow. And to be honest, I hadn't seen much of Andre because back then they weren't doing many shows. They weren't doing many pay-per-views. So I'd only seen Andre, like, I think WrestleMania 2 is in a Battle Royal. WrestleMania 1 is in a throwaway match against Big John Studs, which might have been big at the time. But honestly, it was like the third match from the end of the card. It was a body slam challenge thing. The match is quite dull. It's not really built as big as the main event of WrestleMania. I mean, WrestleMania 3 is incredible. The build, the promotion, the hype, the spectacle. You don't get that at WrestleMania 1. And WrestleMania 2 is in a Battle Royal. And, you know, there might have been the odd other little thing that he did on like a SummerSlam or whatever. But to be honest, I think SummerSlam 88 is the first, if I'm right. I don't think there was a SummerSlam in 87. So we didn't have SummerSlam. And we got the Rumble in 88. But that was just... My point is, I hadn't seen much of Andre. I'm trying to remember what videos had come out that Andre might have been on. There wasn't much. There wasn't much. Back then, you had 2-3 pay-per-views. And some of the stuff Andre was doing was he was either not on the show or he was doing a contract signing or it was a bit throwaway. It was a Battle Royal or whatever, right? So, Andre Hogan, I definitely wanted Andre to win because I had not been exposed to much of Andre by that point. And he was being billed as this big monster. And you looked at him and you went, oh my God, look at that guy. Oh my God. And to see like Hogan go in and beat him was for me like, oh, I would have liked to have seen more of the... You're telling me this guy's amazing. And in one of my very first times watching him, I've just seen him get beat. That's the downer of the fact that pay-per-view came along right at the end of Andre's career. Because had we have had more Andre main events and matches where he had won, we could obviously enjoy more. But the sad thing is, by the time pay-per-view comes along, Andre's in decline, isn't he? I mean, famously, he had to wear like a brace because he was struggling to even stand and walk. By the time we get to WrestleMania 3, he had to be convinced to do that match. And thank God he said yes, because that is the pinnacle of his career. And he may have like missed out on the pinnacle of his career if he'd have felt that he wasn't in physical shape. And he wasn't. He was in horrible shape for WrestleMania 3. The match itself is not great, but it's amazing if you think about the pain and the physical decline that he's in, you know? So there's loads of opponents that have people that face Hogan that, you know, I wanted Warrior to beat Hogan. I wanted Macho Man to beat Hogan. I wanted Hogan to beat Sergeant Slaughter. And wanted Hogan to beat King Kong Bundy. I didn't really care about Bundy. I'm like, you know, there's plenty of people I wanted Hogan to go over, but I didn't feel that connection with like Hogan. But I did respect him. And so even for me, someone that's not a big Hogan fan, for it to turn out that he was like taking drugs and he was lying and he was like holding people back and he was politicking and he was just, you know, just not the character. I think it's a real... And obviously, you know, more recently, you find out even worse, don't you? You know, you find out the racist remarks that he made and with that leaked Gorka video and whatever. And, you know, things get even worse then. I mean, his reputation is in the absolute gutter, isn't it? It's in the absolute gutter. So I think that you're right. Like, we do project onto people what we want them to be, and we want the real people to be what the characters are. And, you know, first thing I thought of was Hogan. The second person that came to mind as we were talking was Warrior. And both of them are excellent examples of the people not being what we wanted them to be behind the scenes. But it shouldn't mean that you can't still enjoy the character. Even if the person that played the character wasn't as good and didn't live up to the character still existed. The character was still there. You can still watch The Warrior and believe in the Warrior character the way that you did. Just because Jim Hellwig, the person playing it, wasn't as great, shouldn't mean that you can't still watch and admire and enjoy the Warrior character. Same with, like, Hogan. Like, you know, Hulk Hogan. I mean, Terry might not be as great as the Hogan character, but you can still watch and enjoy the Hogan character. So, yeah, I agree. That does happen where the people do, like, build up these characters and they want them to be these amazing things, but sometimes that's just not the reality of things. And, yeah, I think that's a couple of good examples. And I don't know, CM Punk's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think CM Punk's character is quite close to who he is. I think CM Punk's character is someone that takes no nonsense, is outspoken, will speak his mind. I don't really feel like CM Punk plays much of a character, if I'm being honest. So what I admire about that is the fact that CM Punk, you get what you see, and I think that's why people like him. No nonsense. You get what you see, tells it as he sees it. And I think that's something that really resonates with people. Mitchell said, did you ever see the movie Three Ninjas High Noon at Mega Mountain with Hogan? No, I've not ever. Not only have I never seen it, I've never heard of it. Three Ninjas High Noon at Mega Mountain. I've never heard of it. It's honestly a childhood memory I remember the most. Let me Google this. Three Ninjas High Noon. What was it called? Mega Mountain. Came out in 98. Did 375,000 in the US box office. I've never heard of it. It's a martial arts film. To be honest, maybe part of the reason why I've never heard of it is because this is, like, well into, like, Attitude Era, and it's well into him being in WCW. And I didn't watch WCW. You know, I was a WWE person, and I watched WWE. I didn't have anything against WCW. It wasn't that I hated what they were doing or anything. It just wasn't part of my viewing. It's, I suppose, in a way, similar to, like, I don't know, MLW, or similar to New Japan. That's a good example. New Japan. I really like New Japan. I've got loads of time for New Japan. Like, I will likely watch Wrestle Kingdom. But outside of that, I haven't got time to be sitting and watching it. And when I was young, going, like, you know, to school and college and doing whatever, living my life, didn't have time to be keeping up with WWE and WCW. So I would watch certain shows and I would keep up with certain things. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely one that went through the cracks for me in 98. So no, I've not heard of it. I did go, though. I did go to the cinema to see Suburban Commando. So I have gone and seen, like, a Hogan film. This one is a few years before. This came out at the end of 91, probably made it to the UK, I would say, in 92. And I went to the cinema for that one. So that one that you just mentioned did 300,000 at the box office in 98. Suburban Commando did 8 million. It was a much bigger release, much bigger release. And I think part of that was because it came at the height of Hulkamania. And so, like, Hulkamania, like, 91 was probably starting to decline, actually. I'd say the height was probably before that, but still, we're doing all right, you know? We're talking WrestleMania 7 time when he's just faced Sergeant Slaughter, you know? And so, yeah, this was a big release. I remember going to the cinema to see that. I went to the cinema to see Suburban Commando, which, to be honest, it really messes up my timeline. In my head, and I've said this so many times, I've always believed the year that I got into wrestling was 92, but right at the end, the very first show I remember watching was Survivor Series 92. It's the very first show I remember watching, and I remember 93 really well. Like 93, WrestleMania 9 is the first WrestleMania I remember, and like 93 is the year I remember the best, right? That's the first full year. And so 92, I remember Survivor Series, right? So it's stuff like this that makes me go, how? Because like if I went to the cinema to see Suburban Commando, I don't think I was took because it looked like a fun family film. I would have been took because it had Hulk Hogan in. Well, if that got released in the... Well, actually, it says it got released in the UK at the end of 91. So if it got released in the UK at the end of 91, I probably didn't go the week it came out. I would have gone like early 1992, which is just completely throws my timeline out. Completely throws my timeline out as to when did I get into wrestling? I don't know. I mean, in my mind, it's still Survivor Series 92 is the first show I remember. And I don't even remember SummerSlam 92 being in the UK. I never went to it. I never wanted to go to it. I didn't even know it was in the UK. I don't even know if I knew it happened. So, yeah, looking at stuff like this really throws out my memories and really throws out, like, my life. I must have gone because Hogan was in it. But why would I be into Hulk Hogan in early 92 if the first wrestling show I remember is Survivor Series 92? Doesn't add up, does it? Even I'm admitting it doesn't add up. That is one I'll have to ask my parents about and see if they remember. Have you heard of AEW? It's MLW or TNA wannabe, says Alex. Well, I have heard of AEW. We do Dynamite watch-alongs on a Wednesday, and we did the Full Gear watch-along on Saturday. And, you know, it's good to do those watch-alongs because I have struggled with the show and continue struggling with the show. But it's good to do them because it keeps me up to speed with what they're doing so that I can have kind of conversations on it. Like, if someone wanted to talk to me about what was going on in Impact right now, there's no point because I haven't got a clue, right? I don't know. I can talk about a couple of people that are there, but I can't talk about what they're doing. So that kind of means there's a whole conversation that we just can't be having. But we have a few AEW conversations because people are fascinated by what can they do to turn the numbers round. Will this person coming in help them? Will that person help them? Would this storyline be good? Would that storyline be good? Look at the conversations we just had with CM Punk, where we can talk about his debut, and we can talk about what it was like at All Out, and like, you know, it gives us a lot more context and it allows us to have these more educated conversations. So I always think that, you know, even if the shows are not that great, in my opinion, it is worth still watching them for that context and for those reasons. But yeah, it has also been a bit tricky watching those shows as well, because I just think that some of the creative they're doing is just really, I just don't know. I just don't know what they're doing. I mean, the main event, like with Adam Cole fighting instead of MJF, and let's not get into it. But even AEW fans seem to be scratching their heads at that one, you know? Even, like, I saw plenty of people that were AEW fans that were like, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what that's about. I mean, thankfully, it didn't go that way, but instead it did end up with MJF, who was on one leg, who had been injured and beaten up, still meant that he beat Switchblade Jay White, which just completely ruined Switchblade Jay White. You know, not only can Jay White not beat MJF, he can't beat an injured MJF. So, whatever. That's a different conversation for a different time. William said, any sympathy I would have had for Benoit left when he murdered his kids and his wife. But your own kids, it's selfish. Yeah, I mean, look, Benoit's a conversation which I don't know that people get nervy about having. They shouldn't. I mean, you should be able to have this conversation. I mean, what's the point in having it as a taboo? What's the point in us going, oh, we don't talk about Benoit? I'll quite happily talk about Benoit. I mean, there's conspiracy theories out there that he was set up. And to be honest, there's no evidence to support that. It's just, I think, people struggling to believe that he was capable of such things. So, you know, the evidence overwhelmingly points towards that he did it. And even his closest friends and people that knew him for so long, even they have kind of distanced themselves from him. I remember them being a famous clip of, there was chants at Paul Heyman Q&A, and Paul Heyman went off. I don't know if you've seen it. It's worth a watch. Paul Heyman goes off on this guy basically who was chanting for Chris Benoit during. I don't know how the segment came about. I don't know why the person just started chanting Benoit. They must have been on a topic that was kind of around that area. And clearly there was someone in the crowd that felt that there was a conspiracy theory and all this stuff, or there'd been a conspiracy. And so he was still showing his support. Or maybe he didn't care. I don't know. Perhaps he didn't care that Benoit killed his wife and his kids or whatever. And so he started chanting Benoit's name. And Paul Heyman goes off on him, right? Paul Heyman goes off on him. And it's an interesting clip if you've never seen it. My feelings on it are, I mean, I don't know what happened in that house. Like, I think that it's heartbreaking. We know what the result was. And I think that it's one of those that's, you know, you can say will remain a mystery. The evidence overwhelmingly points towards Benoit being the one that did all that stuff. But there are conspiracies out there which you can look into and you can make your own minds up. But I think it's one of those that's just better left. Isn't it? It's just better left. It's just better left where it is. Because it's just a horrible, horrific tragedy. It's one of the worst things to ever happen to wrestling. It's not a taboo subject. I don't see it as a taboo subject. It's a subject that people shouldn't be nervy about having the conversation on, you know? Some people out there do feel that Benoit was framed. Some people out there do feel that Benoit was set up. I have not seen evidence to kind of suggest that. It seems to me that those people are feeling that way because of the fact that they struggle to believe that he was capable of doing what he did. And a lot of his friends struggled with that fact as well. But we know that he was taking steroids. We know that when they looked at his brain, it was like, you know, completely damaged beyond belief. I mean, I don't know what age his brain was, but it was not the same age as what he was, you know. His brain was just, it was messed up. It didn't look the way it should have looked. And, you know, he'd been headbutting. There was CTE concerns. There's steroid concerns. There's a whole cocktail of things that could have resulted in him doing what he was doing. And we don't know mentally where he was, you know. We know about mental health and things that could add to that, you know. It's just a tragedy, one of the worst things that's ever happened in wrestling. And it's one of those where you're never going to get anywhere. Someone can come in now and just absolutely go off on it was a conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. You're not going to be able to prove that it was a conspiracy, right? You're not going to be able to say anything that's going to change anyone's mind. Equally, if you believe it was a conspiracy, I ain't going to say anything that's going to change your mind. So we're just going to go round in circles, aren't we? So, you know, unless there's going to be a proper investigation, super in-depth, which I don't even know would be possible now because I'd imagine a lot of the evidence and whatever is probably, you know, whatever evidence there is out there. I don't know that you're going to find anything additional at this stage. So you're just going to go round in circles. You're just going to have people that believe it was conspiracy are going to forever believe it was conspiracy. And those that think that he was guilty are going to forever think that he was guilty. And I don't know that that ever changes. So all you can do is just leave it where it is. And it's just a horrible, horrible tragedy. Horrible, horrific. We know the result was that, as Heyman said, you know, a kid that had no choice ended up losing his life. And unfortunately, wrestling is associated with that because it was a wrestler that was believed to be guilty of doing it. So, awful. Santino said, do you think you struggle with AEW because the novelty has wore off? For me, it's weird. I don't have any urge to watch, but they do have some of my favorites like Adam Cole and Swerve. No, to be honest, I don't think it's the novelty. I don't think when I watched it was that. I mean, there was intrigue when it first started, but that I don't think was masking what the promotion was. I think that AEW has always done stuff wrong, and we've always called it out. So the exploding barbed wire match was, I mean, I think you go back to 2020 for that, right? The Jericho being thrown off the top of the Blood and Guts cell and landing on a very obvious crash mat. I think that goes back to 2020. Matt Hardy getting thrown down to the concrete floor and taking this horrific bump, which kind of knocked him out cold in a match against Sammy Guevara. That, I believe, was going back to 2020, or Matt Hardy when he was teleporting around and this was, you know, some at the AEW who were sports based. Yeah, that's what Tony said at the start. I think in 2020 had Matt Hardy teleporting around Daly's place. They used camera trickery to have Jericho standing and staring as Matt Hardy was being teleported around. You know, they only started in 2019, and these examples I've given you are things that happened, I want to say in 2020, because I remember them being in an empty Daly's place, which makes me think pandemic and makes me think 2020, right? So that's how I think it was 2020. And they only started near the end of 2019. So I don't think it's a case that they've been amazing and now all of a sudden the novelties wore off and they've got rubbish. I think they've been pretty consistent rubbish, to be honest, all the way through. But they've had great matches dotted in there. They've had some compelling characters dotted in there. They've had some great moments dotted in there. And that's always been enough to keep you going, keep you around. So you're watching, you'll be like, wow, I really enjoyed that. You know, oh my God, they've just brought in Brody Lee, right? Oh my God, they've just brought in, you know, John Moxley at the very first show, like Double or Nothing. He wasn't announced. He arrived on their first show, so it was an OMG moment. Or, oh my God, I'm loving this Young Bucks match against Kenny and Hangman, which I genuinely do. I think it's one of the best AEW matches I've ever seen. Or the Britt Baker Thunder Rosa match. Or the way that they were using Britt Baker when she was injured was really fun. And there's just always been bits, moments, matches, which has just been enough. Let's put it that way. It's been enough. And at sometimes, quite regular actually, you know, NXT was kind of going through, was struggling. NXT was struggling during the pandemic, I think. And then it also went through its 2.0 phase when it really struggled. It hit reset, and I think it really struggled. And I think that AEW was actually putting on better shows during that point. But I think what's happened is that certainly since Shawn took over NXT and we got out of 2.0 and Triple H took over the create, I think the WWE product has improved, and I think that the AEW products, those bad moments have continued, right? But the good moments just don't seem, there doesn't seem to be as many now. It doesn't the things that I enjoy about AEW have just been decreased. And so now I'm left with those bad moments and not as many good moments to counter it. But those bad moments have always been there. You know, the dinner debonair, I thought, was one of the worst things I've ever seen in wrestling. I love theater, right? And I do see wrestling as a form of live performance art, because I mean, I know that someone like Jim Cornette would shudder at that, but it is a performance. You are performing. You do have an audience. It is live, and you are performing for that audience. It is very difficult to say that's not a form of theater. It just is. I mean, it's live. It's a live performance. Yeah, you can say it's a form of sports, athleticism, sports entertainment, whatever, but it is a form of theater as well. And I think, like, I understand that they could do like a musical number, right? But it was the way that it was done. Like, Jericho was trying, we spoke about it before, Jericho was trying to convince MJF to join his group. He wanted MJF to come into his group, and they were going for dinner to talk about them joining up, right? And they were going for dinner to have a conversation about MJF coming in. And so they sit down and they start like ordering steak, and they're outdoing, well, I'll have mine rare. Well, I'll have mine ultra rare. And they're like outdoing each other because, you know, they're not quite on the same page. And then out of nowhere, they burst into song, and the set parts, and they're all singing, all dancing, and there's dancers and all this kind of stuff. And you're looking at it going, how has this got anything to do with Jericho trying to convince MJF to join his group? Right? What the hell am I watching? How does this work in kayfabe? Like, how? I can't. If it could make sense in storyline, then maybe I could accept it a little easier, right? If I could get my head around how this meeting that they're meant to be having to try and convince him to join, you know, if it could fit somehow, maybe I would like be able to accept it more. But I couldn't figure out how it was meant to fit in with the story. It just seemed like they burst into the song out of nowhere. And it just seemed like they were doing things they just wanted to do. We want to do this. We think this will be a fun moment, a song and dance. Like MJF can sing, Jericho can sing. Let's do a big song and dance number. But I don't know how it fitted into the story. And so, like, that was something that happened during the pandemic stage as well. At times, it felt like the lunatics were running the asylum. And that's not just now. That goes all the way back to the very beginning of AEW. Goes all the way back to the very beginning. These little moments, as we said, the barbed wire, exploding barbed wire, you know, that's infamous. The Jericho off the cell, that's infamous. Like, there's all these little moments dotted throughout the history of AEW. That I'm sure even AEW fans, maybe not the Dinner Debonair, you know, people were split on that. But I think, like, the exploding barbed wire thing, that was definitely one that even AEW fans were rolling their eyes at, you know? So you've got all these, like, poor moments dotted throughout, but it's just that those highlights, those great matches, those great characters, those great reveals, those great announcements, whatever it might be, just feels like they've just started to wobble, and they're just not as strong. You know, the announcements are just a meme now. You know, every time Tony's got an announcement, people just roll their eyes because it's never that big of a deal. So people just go, oh, geez, you know? Characters that come in, I mean, they've got Swerve. I love Tony Storm. You know, I still, if there's someone I really enjoy, I still go, I love what they're doing. But it just doesn't feel, like as many, you know? I like Danielson, but he's been out injured. I like Punk. He got fired. I like FTR. I never see them, you know? Tony Storm's Timeless character hasn't been around that long. I mean, I liked her before, but I love her now. But it's not been around that long. And it just feels like some of the storylines and whatever. So I think the reason I'm struggling is that I think Tony is exhausted. Tony feels like creatively he's kind of used up a lot of his good ideas. I think that I just don't think he's a very good booker. I don't think he's a very good booker. I think he needs some help. I think that they've got loads of talent, I just think that we need someone that can really tell some great stories. And I think there's a lack of great stories. And I also think, having watched Full Gear, that they're trying to please everyone. Because, you know, you've got, I said before, that death match at Full Gear, right? If you are someone that loves that kind of a thing, was there anything else on the show that you were going to enjoy? If you love death matches and you're into GCW, would you watch that death match and go, oh man, that was so good. That was so good. Like, I really enjoyed it. Are you then going to enjoy Sky Blue, Julia Hart against Chris Statlander as well? Because chances are, if you're into that brutality and whatever, there's not much else on the card that you're going to enjoy. Equally, if you really enjoy like the technical side of things, and you really enjoy watching two people trying to outmaneuver each other and, you know, like some really good mat-based wrestling, I should imagine that you had heart failure at that death match, because that was just two people just smashing it. But it was a public execution. That's what it was. It was basically a public execution of two guys. So I think it's a really interesting point. What is their identity? What is it that they're trying to be? What is it they're trying to do? Because they come out with like really stupid comedy segments, really silly stuff, right? You've got like really like Swerve comes down to the ring. You got Prince Nana dancing away, Brandon Cutler with his spray and whatever it is that Jeff Jarrett's group is doing, and you know the Acclaimed having a crush on MJF, or I don't know. I mean, there's all this silly comedy that's around. So you got a load of silly comedy. You got a load of like, you know, mixture when it comes to different styles of, you know, wrestling and whatever. And it's hard to know. With WWE, you know that you know what they are. You know what you're going to get, right? It might be a watered down version of what you're looking for, but it's going to be matches, and it's going to be family friendly, and it's going to be people competing to win those matches. And sometimes there'll be bangers like Gunther or AJ Styles or whatever. And, you know, there'll be a bit of silliness in there, but the silliness will tend to come from people at the lower down the card, like your Tozawas, right? That's where your silliness, or your Chelsea Greens, who I know has got the women's tag belts, but let's be honest, that's not the biggest title in WWE, right? So you've got a place for the silliness, but there's a place for, you know, the top end of the cards. And you've got, you know what they're going to be about. You know what you're going to get. You know, when you tune into AEW, you just get in lots of different things, but I don't know that it's actually satisfying anyone. There's people out there that enjoy lots of different styles, and I'm sure they're loving it. But I was not a fan of that death match. I did not see the skill that was in that. Watching two people just mess each other up. I mean, I can watch that outside a pub any Friday night I want. Pretty much any pub in this country, I can watch brawls and fights and people messing each other up. Like, where I want to watch the skill. I want to watch the Danielsons. I want to watch the Gunthers. I want to watch. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want to watch. But you know what you're going to get with the Texas Death Match, don't you? And certainly in AEW, because they've always gone to those extremes for those kinds of matches in the past. So can't say that it was a surprise, but definitely one that I think will have divided opinion. For me, I wasn't a fan of it, but then there's others saying it's match of the year because they are fans of it. So up to you as to what you thought. That was Full Gear, and we'll leave it where it is. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Aaron said, did you see Gunther on the bump discussing Warrior, calling him a showman after the host was praising him? Gunther is the best, and I can't wait for Survivor Series. I didn't see Gunther on the bump, no. Discussing Warrior, calling him a showman after the host was praising him. So what, Gunther said that Warrior was just a showman? And he wasn't like, he was disrespecting Ultimate Warrior, was he? I'll have to watch that. He was saying that the Warrior was just a showman. I mean, he's not wrong, but it's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Because WWE still to this day build the Warrior up. I mean, they sell Warrior merch and Warrior t-shirts, and they sell... It's interesting to it's interesting to go in. I mean, I could be reading this completely wrong. I'll have to watch the clip. But if Gunther has kind of dissed the Warrior to a degree by saying he was nothing but a showman, I would say that's unnecessary. Not wrong, but unnecessary. And Warrior can't come back and defend himself because he's dead. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That would be a weird play, you know? Dismissing a legend and, like, saying they were nothing but a showman if they... And they can't come back and defend themselves because they're not around anymore. And WWE still hype up the Warrior. I mean, the Warrior Award is given out at, like, the Hall of Fame, isn't it? And I know that we did the whole self-destruction of the Warrior. That was an interesting DVD that came out. So I know that we did like that, but I don't know. That's an interesting one. I'll tell you what. I'll park it and I'll watch it, and we'll see. I'll see how it comes across, because maybe I'm just reading it wrong. Miss Clown said, shout out for my nan. Jenny passed away today. I'm really sorry to hear that, dudes. Shout out to your nan, Jenny. I'm sorry to hear that. That's difficult. That's very difficult. Shout out to you, Miss Clown. I hope you're doing well, buds. Hope you're doing well. LA Knight, yeah, said, I went and watched Riddle's heartfelt message to Randy, and it got me, especially when he said Randy can barely walk. Yeah, LA Knight, yeah, it was, I don't think we realized at the time, because in wrestling, obviously, if someone gets attacked and they're going to be away for a little while, then, you know, you need to find a way of just writing them off TV. And at that point, we didn't know that his injury was as serious. I think when Riddle started crying and everything, and it felt like, oh, this is a bit more than what we was expecting. Just thought he was going to be written off for a little bit, you know? Then all of a sudden, I think it really started people questioning, like, what's actually wrong with Randy? And then reports started coming out that he was going to be out for a while, but didn't know about a return date, and he was going to need surgery. But you get that. I mean, for example, Rey Mysterio, I believe, has actually had surgery. And I think the reason why the LWO split happened very quickly was because of the fact that Rey needed to go and get surgery. And so the LWO split sort of, it's kind of been teased, but not really to the extent of, say, the Judgment Day, where Damian and Finn could be splitting up, you know? There's just been the odd little bit, and then bang, it just exploded. And I praise them for doing the split as quick as what they did, because sometimes these things can be too dragged out. And so I praised them for it. But then it turned out that Rey needed surgery, and he needed to go off and actually get surgery. And so hence why the split was done as quick as what it was, because he needed to go and get his surgery. And so, you know, it's an example of, like, we didn't know that at the time. And Rey's surgery, I think, is done and he's expected to come back, right? But could you imagine if we got Zelina or someone coming out in tears saying it's really bad, Rey's really struggling to walk, whatever, and then boom, out the blue, we were like, is Rey all right? That's kind of how it was with the Randy situation. Was like, we didn't know there was a big problem. We didn't know the extent of that problem. And then it turned out to be a big, big problem. And Riddle was like, you know, tears and all that kind of stuff. So it's been a hell of a ride. I mean, it's been 18 months. It's been a long time. If he is going to be coming back tonight, which, you know, as we said, the expectation is that we should be seeing Randy tonight. That's the expectation. It's not a guarantee. But it's, you know, the rumor mill has certainly pointed us in this direction that this is what we should be getting tonight. But just to see him tonight, it will just be amazing. Because for him to come back from something like that is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Because there's no guarantee that he could have returned from it. Yeah, it was a bad one. It was a real bad one. And then we found out this year there was doctors telling him, like, not to come back. But you hear that a lot with doctors saying don't come back. The wrestlers kind of don't listen. You know, Edge was told that he wasn't going to be able to come back, and Saraya was told that she wasn't going to be able to come back, and Bryan Danielson was told he wouldn't come back. But, you know, these people find ways back because wrestling is in their blood. Wrestling's what they love to do. And so they want to wrestle. You know, anyone normal would probably take it as a cue. That's it. Your time's done. But if you think about Randy's life, his dad was a wrestler, and he grew up watching his dad, and like he went on to be a wrestler from a young age. He got into it at a young age, and all that time he's been on the roads. I mean, he has lived this wrestler's lifestyle, and to the point where it's his life. Like, it's his life. Randy being at home, I'd imagine he's lost. I'd imagine he hasn't got a clue what to do. Because going to your own bed and wait, it's probably quite nice, I would imagine. Nice change. But this is his life. Being on the road, being with the boys, you know, the banter, the camaraderie. There's so much that comes with it. It's not just a case of, like, that's it, your time's up. Like, I'd imagine it's a hard thing to walk away from. This is why we see so many wrestlers struggle to walk away. And so, yeah, it seems like that advice was given to him. But as we've seen many times before, don't think that it was accepted. And it looks like he's worked hard to get him back. And that return could be tonight. Edward, shout out to you. Great to be back on streams. I've sent you a DM on X. Okay, thank you. I don't really use X that much, to be honest, as I think people know. I tend to just jump on, put a tweet out if there's something on my mind or a link or something, and then I'm out of there. My days of spending loads of time on X are done. They're gone. It's over. I just get in, do what I need to do, and I go. And it's so much better. So I recommend it. I really recommend it. It's fine to use X, of course, but I mean, back, you know, a few years ago, I would have spent at least a good hour or two on there. And I realized that when I came away from it, I felt worse. I didn't go on and feel like I was having a enriching experience. I didn't feel like I was going on and my life was being made better. I felt like I was going on and it was just, I was seeing just lots of trolling. There was lots of, not in my notifications, just when you're searching in general. There's, like, obviously loads of opinion on there and loads of stuff that I disagree with and loads of stuff that I agree with. But you kind of come away and you're like, oh, God, it's like opening the door to a barn and the barn is just full of loads of radios on and it's just noise just blasting everywhere. That's what X feels like to me. You just go on and it's just, oh, my God, it's just, like, overwhelming with noise. And some of them are stations that you don't enjoy. A lot are stations that you don't enjoy. So I came to realize that it's just not a place that I feel like I really learn much from or really get much from. So I just try to get in and get out, to be honest. Tahal said, Days, how you doing? I'm good, thanks. Hope you're well. I'm very excited for tonight's Raw, SmackDown, and Survivor Series. And, of course, I'll be here for the streams. Hit the like button. Tahal, shout out for you, my friend. I appreciate the kind words. And, yeah, we are here tomorrow for NXT. We're here for Dynamite. We're here for SmackDown. And, yes, we're here for Survivor Series. And we'll start nice and early as well. We'll throw a few thoughts and theories around, see what people are saying. And, who knows? You know, maybe we get Randy tonight. Maybe we don't get Randy tonight. Maybe we get CM Punk on Saturday. Maybe we don't get CM Punk on Saturday. Maybe we get AJ Styles returning. Maybe we don't get AJ Styles returning. That's the great thing about wrestling is that it's always full of mysteries and surprises and moments. And you never quite know what it is that you're going to be getting. As long as the dirt sheets don't spoil it, of course. And thankfully, you know, we don't actually know if Randy's coming back tonight. Like, no dirt sheet has said yes, he's there. Well, not that I've seen. And we don't actually know if CM Punk... No dirt sheet has come out and said 100% CM Punk is not going to be there on Saturday, right? Equally, no dirt sheet has come out and said 100% CM Punk is going to be there on Saturday. So again, you know, this chatter, this noise, this mystery, it really does make the wrestling world go round. Q the Light Knight says, I only picked 3, 2, pass 2. Triple H could be one of my first divas. Hey? I think they need Randy to shut down the CM Punk rumors, says Nick. That's what she said, I think the wrestlers become addicted to the adrenaline and the lifestyle traveling around the world. The fans, all of it, they just don't feel comfortable settling down. CBS says Twitter rehab is comforting. Yeah, I agree. I think there's some really good. I mean, like, I think Twitter itself is a bit broken in the sense of I never used to go on TikTok, and I think TikTok is. I know that it's all Chinese and everyone's got opinions on it, but I do enjoy TikTok a lot more because the algorithm seems to know what you're into and it presents you with what you're into. And so I go through that and, you know, I just seem to get presented with like quite positive videos. Like there's a guy that's really into trains. I'm sure you've seen him. And he just seems like a lovely guy. And like I get recommended his, and there's a woman that likes saving bees and I got recommended hers. And like, there's like loads of different, I don't know. Have you seen that girl that's got dyslexia in Germany? She's dyslexic and like she gets all her words mixed up and everything. She seems like a nice person. So I get recommended like those kinds of videos, and it's a more pleasurable experience than like the trolling and the shouting and the negativity that you find on Twitter. And you don't even need to search for it too much. It's so prevalent that you've got to go out of your way really to avoid it. Whereas on TikTok, it feels like they do a better job of, I'm sure there are people that put out that negativity and put out that trolling and put out all of that stuff, right? I'm sure it's there, but it doesn't seem to be getting recommended to me, or it doesn't feel like it's as prevalent. So, like, TikTok was a big one for me when I first started using that, which was only, like, either earlier this year or last year. I really had not been going on there. And it just sort of kind of opened my eyes, and I was like, oh, this is a different way of doing social media. Certainly different to Twitter. So that, I think, was one that I kind of then could see a comparison to. And I was like, do you know what? I come out of TikTok, and I'm like... I've had a better experience. I feel like I've seen some stuff, like some life hack, you know, those life hack videos, or the here's 5 amazing items available on Amazon right now. Like you see that type of video, you go, oh, wow, that's cool. Or you watch like the woman saving the bees and you go, that's cool. Because bees are cool, right? As long as they don't sting you. And so you come away with it with a better experience. You go on like Twitter, and I just feel like I'm being shouted at from like 50 different directions. So, yeah, you know, if people do love X or whatever, God bless you. But it's one that I've definitely dialed down on. I'm still on there, and I still do put posts on there. I mean, I will go on, do what I need to do, and I'm gone, basically. But, yeah, my priority is clearly going to be here. Will Ronda and or Mercedes be all elite in 2024? I think Mercedes will. I don't know about Ronda. I think Ronda is... I don't know about Ronda. I think Ronda would come in and do a show like Wembley. I could see that. I don't know that she would sign permanently because... I mean, I suppose the money would be good if they offered her a lot of money. So she might be tempted by that, but I don't know that she is necessarily wanting to perform on like a Dynamite or a Collision in front of like 3,000 people. Like, I'm not being disrespectful to AEW, but I'm just being honest. The money better be good if you want someone like Ronda to be going in and, you know, performing on a regular basis to those kinds of numbers. But I could see her coming in for like the Wembley show, which is like 80,000, or coming in to do a 20,000, 15, 20,000 show. Like they maybe could have got her for Full Gear, you know, stuff like that. Come in, do a mystery appearance and get a bit of money, and then off she goes again, you know. I don't know that she was an MMA fighter. She's not someone that's really lived that life of being on the road. I think she really, I've got a lot of respect for Ronda. I know a lot of people don't, but she to me is legit. She's like got judo background. She's a former MMA women's champion. Like, she brings skill, actual skill to pro wrestling. Like, she can actually mess these women up if she wanted to. Like, if things really broke out, she'd be able to mess up the women's division. And so she brings legitimacy. She's legit. That's something which I think should be respected. The fact that she legitimately could mess these women up. The fact that she couldn't cut a promo was a problem, but why did WWE not give her a manager? Why did she not have Paul Heyman? Why did Heyman not do the talking for her? Why did she not have a mouthpiece? I don't have the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that, because it just seems like that's WWE's fault. She can't do it. She's never needed to do it. She's never needed to talk trash like that. You know, at press conferences, she will have had a few press conferences and she will have come out with a few bits and bobs, but nothing like a weekly promo backstage in the ring. You know, she hasn't got that kind of repertoire experience. So why did we not put like a Paul Heyman with her? And in the ring, you know, she obviously had an MMA base and she had like the armbar and everything. And I agree that like she wasn't the best professional wrestler. I don't disagree with that, but she did bring legitimacy. She did bring skill. She had skill. Her takedowns were fantastic. The armbar she obviously was fantastic at. The ankle lock she was very good at. Clotheslines and, you know, bits and bobs she could do. But yeah, you were going to struggle to get like an amazing match out of her. But she was like the end boss. I mean, we made the Ultimate Warrior feel like one of the greatest like superstars of all time, and he was arguably even more limited than she is, because he didn't even have an MMA background. He didn't even have that, yet we still managed to find a way to present the Ultimate Warrior as like, you know, one of these amazing absolutely incredible superstars of all time. Her presentation just seemed wrong. It just seemed off. And I think she got frustrated because she could sense that it wasn't connecting with the audience and the audience were turning. And then I think that led to her making some comments. And I think the comments just made things worse because she kind of had a pop at wrestling fans. So they brought her back as like a heel, and she had a bit of a heel run. And, you know, there was a disconnect, wasn't there? There was a disconnect between her and the fans. But I always respected her. I always, even if her matches were not great, I look at it and I'm like, man, you know, how did we mess her up? WWE are so good at getting like Bad Bunny and putting him in a match where he shines, right? Because you play to the strengths. And WWE did that with Ronda. Ronda's debut match in that tag match at WrestleMania 34 was regarded as one of the best debuts ever. I think it was the highest rated match at WrestleMania 34. People were stunned by how good Ronda was. And it's so funny that match and that performance has not been able to be like, you know, sustained and replicated. And instead, we just seem to not present her quite right. We didn't back her quite right. I feel sorry for her. I do. I feel sorry for her. I think she definitely did some stuff that was that you can point the finger of blame at her for. And I think that she was not strong enough on the mic. I think her in-ring wasn't to standard. But she still had some good brawls. I mean, her street fight with Charlotte at WrestleMania Backlash, I thought was excellent. I really enjoyed that. When they were fighting in the crowds and everything, I thought that was really good. And do you remember her and Charlotte again at Survivor Series? Do you remember Ronda when she took that battering with kendo sticks? She had marks all over her body, blood coming down her face at that Survivor Series. It was meant to be Ronda Becky, and we never got it because of Nia. And so we ended up having to change Becky for Charlotte, and we ended up with Ronda Charlotte, and it was brutal. Those kind of matches where they go that bit further and it was like more of a scrap, more of a street fight. She was excellent at those. Anything that was more technical, one-on-one, like proper wrestling matches, she struggled with those. But she did have quite a good match with Raquel on SmackDown. That was more recent, which may have shown a degree of improvement. Her match with Raquel was quite fun, actually. And that was more of a proper wrestling match. So I do feel for her. She's not... I agree there was limitations. I agree the presentation was wrong. I understand there was a disconnect with the fans. But I blame WWE for it just as much as I do Ronda, if not more. I don't know if she went to AEW that they would correct these things and they would find a way of presenting her better. I don't know how she would be used in AEW, but I think that it would be a good pickup. I think she's got some name value, and I think if you can present her correctly, you can give her a mouthpiece, you can play to her strengths and improve little different areas that she's got some weakness in. I don't think you'll ever get her like to be an amazing promo, so don't even bother. But can you at least just get her matches to be a bit more compelling? You know, if she can do like several good things, like a moonsault or a code red or whatever it is, Hurricanrana, if you can just get a few things like a frog splash to the outside, Logan loves that, frog splash to the outside. If you can give her a few things, put a match together where she does these things, and like the rest of the match is really being led by the opponent, right? They're doing the majority of the work, but we just have Ronda do these few moments, right? Exactly how we book a Logan match. Then I can't see why it wouldn't work. I can't see how we weren't able to make this work. I don't know how we dropped the ball so badly. So I wouldn't mind her coming in and doing a few bits. Perhaps do you know what? Perhaps it was a case of lesson learned. Logan only has a few matches a year, and we can just put in the spots that he can do, and we can make sure that his matches look amazing. Ronda actually tried to be a wrestler on the road and actually tried to, like, you know, work house shows and be a regular on TV and actually go full time and actually do it properly. I think she's got that mentality of, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it properly. And in many ways, that might have actually hurt her, because it's hard to... You can't do the same match all the time if you're going to be on TV a lot. So Logan can do, like, you know, a match once every few months and add in a different move, learn a different move for each match and work with a different style. So, you know, I might work with Seth. Well, that's going to be a very different match to working with Ricochet, which is going to be a very different match to working with Roman in the main event, right? Which is going to be a very different match to being in a tag match with The Miz, which is going to be a very different match to a singles match with The Miz. So, you know, he could work a few matches spaced out with, like, different styles, different opponents. And he could then add in an extra move every now and again, still do the frog splash, still do, you know, the little bits that he does, but add in, like, little bonus balls. Whereas Ronda couldn't get away with that because she was wrestling and working on a fairly regular basis. Just meant that she had to go out there and be a wrestler, and she's not a wrestler. She didn't go through NXT. She didn't learn all of that stuff. So even that was wrong. The fact that she wanted to show that she, you know, could do this, she was going to jump in the deep end. She wasn't ready to be in the deep end. She was someone that didn't know how to swim, and she jumped into the deep end. Whereas Logan can't swim, but he's been kept in the shallow end. So, do you know what I mean? He's splashing around, making a scene, but people are enjoying it. If he was to wrestle on a more regular basis, he'd get found out. And because you wouldn't be able to get away with the matches that he's doing. So I think the presentation was a big barrier. I think that was a big issue. I think the fact that she was working like too much. I think the fact she didn't have a mouthpiece. I mean, I don't know if we could have dropped the ball more than we did, to be honest, with Ronda. So you can sort of understand her frustration. But some of that is that, you know, how much work was she putting in to improve? How much work was she doing away from the ring to try and improve her skills? Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. Don't know. It'll be fascinating once, like, you know, some of these people backstage. I'd love some of these people backstage to write a book. You know, once Bruce Pritchard, for example, is fired or leaves, then we'll have, you know, he's got his podcast. We'll have all the information about since he returns. The Fiend, Bray, working with Bray, working with Ronda, the pandemic, Vince leaving. Since Bruce came back, all of this stuff has happened. So once he goes, then that's something to wrestle with podcast. It will become essential listening, because rather than talking about WrestleMania 7, they'll be able to talk about WrestleMania 37 and WrestleMania, like, from being backstage and behind the scenes and all the dirt and the goss. It's going to be good. Do you know what else is going to be good? WWE Raw. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. The time for talking is just about to begin, because we've got 3 more hours of talking now. As we are going over to the show. Quote a Ronda promo other than the knocking down the door to John Cena's bedroom promo on Nikki Bella, said Dark Angel. It's true, she wasn't a good promo. She wasn't a good promo. I remember enjoying, but I can't remember what she said. The one that she did with Shayna recently, you know, when she was like up in the stands. But and I think there was a few bits that she said. I mean, one of the things I enjoyed was her brawl with Charlotte and Becky. That was fun backstage with the police cars and everything. And there was obviously a few exchanges during that. I remember the B word being used a lot, but yeah, zinger lines. You know, her delivery as well. It wasn't just the fact she wasn't really saying a great deal. It was the fact that her delivery was so monotone and flat. She would have greatly benefited from a mouthpiece. Greatly benefited. And it seemed like a no-brainer. I mean, she just seemed like a Heyman girl. Imagine if Heyman was doing the talking for the 4 MMA horsewomen. Shayna, Marina Shafir, Jessamine Duke, and Ronda. And they were just like attacking people and causing carnage, and Heyman was doing the talking for that group, and they were stood in a row kind of behind him. That surely would have been better. But rather than talking about someone that's not in WWE, let's talk about someone that is. And that person is Drew McIntyre, and he is in the ring right now. Let's go. Boo! I'm not Dominic Mysterio. I've earned the right to talk. Crowd are booing away. He obviously attacked Jay last week. Sounds like people are a bit upset. I've been called a coward, a backstabber. I've been the same person this entire time. If you're a fan of Drew, I don't have to explain myself. If you turn on me, you were never a fan in the first place, and I don't give a damn what you think. Woo. I looked Jay right in the eye before I attacked him, something he never did for me time after time. I don't remember one apology to me. I don't remember an apology to me or anyone back there that you screwed over for what you did with your family. Drew spitting. Drew spitting. You suck, Chance. You suck, Chance. Does he suck? RKO out of nowhere. Callum said he's chatting facts. Faint Repeater said this is a good way to start Raw. Why should we get over it? It's very passionate, isn't it, from Drew? Your family took that from my family. He's talking about being away from his family, trying to achieve things, and how it was took away from him. He's very upset about what the bloodline did. Doesn't let things go, does he? Here's the $1 million question. Will Drew McIntyre join the Judgment Day? Has Drew McIntyre joined the Judgment Day? The crowds are... You don't know me well. No. I have not joined the Judgment Day. I will be on their team. So he's confirmed that he's going to be on their team at... Jey Uso in a cage. Rhea Ripley has given me something that no one else has given me, and that is Jey Uso in a cage. Here's Jey Uso. Okay, so Jey making his way down. Jey dancing away. He's got a yeet shirt on. Yeet. This. Okay, so we got yeet chance. Drew need to let it go. This is like Bret Hart's heel turn when everything Bret was saying was a good point, said Wrestle Andy. He has been very good at this, hasn't he? He has been very good at saying stuff that makes sense. Yeet down. Here's Judgment Day. So Drew is not a member, but he is joining. Here's Seth. Judgment Day are standing behind Drew. Here's Seth. Jey has made his way down. I'm sure we'll be seeing Cody and Sami. Here's Sami. Sami Zayn making his way out. So, it's going as we expected. The heels outnumber the faces by 1. What's going to be interesting, though, is if Cody's going to take the microphone and what he's going to say about this development. It's done. They're coming out with their themes, says Wisp. Daddy D said, yeet down. Put your feet down for the yeet down. Adam Pearce gets in the ring. War Games is on Saturday. Okay, whoever throws the first punch will cost their team the advantage. That's nice. 2 pieces of business. So, 5th member required by the end of tonight. By 9 o'clock. So, the face team need their 5th person tonight. You pick or I'll pick for you. So by 9 o'clock, which I believe is what? 50 minutes, is it in America? No? Yes? McIntyre jumps out the ring. They need to decide who's going to go one-on-one to try and gain the advantage for War Games. So both teams need to submit one person. For the advantage match. Dom looks cool, says Lee. Good way to build the fight, said Intoxicated Drums. That's what she said. Said, what if the 5th person is just Kevin Owens? Young Menace said Batista. Michael said, does anyone think Randy will be the final participants? 72% of people think, by the looks of it. So, advantage match coming up. Okay, so we know that we've got the advantage match. Also coming up, we got Becky and Xia Li. We've got Nakamura and Chad Gable. And we've also got... There's another match. Raquel and Nia. Face-to-face tonight between the Ring General Gunther and The Miz. So they're just running through what we're going to be getting on the show. Big Bun said, say what you want, but Dominic is a good heel, right? Nia versus Raquel is coming up next. Here comes Nia. Nia Jax. That's what she said. Shout out to you. Do you think Kevin Owens will be booed if it's him, says Niall. I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. I think there's definitely people in that crowd that are expecting or hoping that it's going to be Randy. But Kevin is a very well-respected person. My mind goes back to when people were hoping... Weren't they hoping for Daniel Bryan and number 30 was Rey Mysterio? And Rey actually got boozed. It wasn't really boozed for Rey. It was boozed for the fact it wasn't Daniel Bryan. I think that was like... I can't remember what Rumble that was. But, yeah, I don't think they would boo Kevin Owens. That you might hear a few... But I think... overwhelmingly, people would be just excited to see KO. He wouldn't be booed, but it would be anticlimactic, said DeBosa. Camus said, I want WWE to bring the I'm Not Like Most Girls shirt for men back. What a shirt. What a theme. James said, if it was KO, it would have been reported by now, and it wouldn't be so much of a mystery. Abdel Hamid said, could Randy return tonight? Yes. Gregory says, Randy. Zoom said, Nia's looking good. Oblongbox said, common sense is not going to allow me to say that Jey Uso is the good guy in this situation. Drew clearly deserves his revenge. Cody helped LA Knight plant the seed, said Tony. So what, you think LA Knight? Nia Jax wearing a Bastion Booger outfit, says Patrick. I think it would be better to add Randy to the match for War Games and have Punk open Survivor Series this Saturday, said Big T. Tyler said Randy will be the 5th member. Travis said it makes sense, it's LA Knight. Hala said, who's going to be the 5th member in your opinion? I think Randy. Jeremy said, Bullet Club Gold needs some new members. Juice is gone for a long time. Is he? It's going to be LA. Cody helped him last Friday, said Horror King Mayhem. Elizabeth said the Viper strikes his prey isn't looking. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Well, if it turns out to be LA, if they go that way instead, then is it going to be a case that Randy comes back and that's what the Shinsuke thing leads to? Is it going to be Shinsuke versus Randy? And Randy goes into the Shinsuke thing then? I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that the Shinsuke mystery has got people speculating about CM Punk. And if people are telling me now that there's a chance that LA Knight might be the 5th person, because I don't disagree. I don't disagree that Cody came to the aid of LA Knight. So could that be a way now that LA Knight repays Cody? And LA Knight at the moment doesn't have anything planned. There's nothing on the cards for LA Knight at Survivor Series. So could LA Knight come out and then that leaves the open challenge to be answered by Randy? We don't even know if there's going to be an open challenge for Shinsuke. It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be a ride. Nothing is guaranteed here. I can see LA Knight for the match, said Intoxicated Drums. I myself love Randy. Grown up to be one of my favorites, said Q the Light Knight. Jolene said, Days, was Theory's Money in the Bank run the best or the worst? The worst. The run didn't matter. It's how he cashed it in. I'm not worried about his... I love that deadbeat dad. Adding Drew to the team is good business, says Damien. Drew is unpredictable. I understand where you're coming from. So Damien wants them all on the same page. So Damien wants to be the one that goes in the advantage match. It is quite interesting. So Damien upset that Rhea didn't run the Drew addition past him. And he wants to be the guy. What if it is LA Knight, said AJG? I didn't think it would be because people expected Randy and it would be dull for LA Knight. I mean, I would prefer it to be Randy than LA Knight, but LA, if it does turn out to be LA Knight, I think there will still be a tinge of disappointment because people want Randy back, you know? But it's undeniable that people love LA Knight. So I think it'd be similar to Kevin Owens. You know, I think it'd be one of those where there wouldn't be boos, clearly. People would be excited to see LA Knight, but there would be that anticlimactic kind of undertone. So, I don't know. I mean, look, the Nakamura segment, we'll see where that's going. Either way, I expect Randy to be at Survivor Series. And if it ain't going to be Randy as the 5th person tonight, then maybe that does delay things a little bit. But that report said they don't want to go into Survivor Series with a mystery. That's it's interesting. There's lots of different ways this can pan out. Cody broke some sort of agreement on SmackDown, says Gregory. I only want Randy over LA if Randy is fully healthy, says Big Bun. Sonny, shout out to you. A. Jobson says, I'm eating chicken salad. Do you know what? I thought of chicken salad earlier today because I was thinking, how amazing did Randy do with Riddle? Look how much Riddle struggled on his own. To the point where he ended up getting fired, right? But Randy kind of, I think, kept him in check and really brought out the humor in that group and was a perfect, like, counter to Riddle's humor. So Riddle would do the, you know, the wacky stuff and, like, Randy would give the funny looks and everything. And, like, they bounced off each other really, really well. And it's funny, isn't it? I mean, he's coming back and Riddle's not around anymore. And to be honest, Riddle seemingly really struggled on his own, just didn't seem to be able to connect with the crowd as well as when he was in RK Bro. And it made me think about, like, just what an amazing job Randy had done with that team. And I think, to be honest, maybe even an amazing job with Riddle behind the scenes, because Riddle might have been, you know, difficult behind the scenes in the sense of always getting into trouble, always, like, you know, I can't imagine drugs were ever that far away from Riddle. And I think the experience of Randy kind of keeping him in check, keeping him on track, don't let me down, like, you're not just responsible for you, you're responsible for our team. I would not be surprised if that was going on behind the scenes. And as soon as Randy goes away, this might be why Riddle was so upset. Upset for his friend, but upset because he knows that that's a big guide. That's a big, you know, factor in his life, a big support that has also gone as well. Someone that's been there, done it, knows that every trick in the book. I mean, just the perfect person to put with Riddle. The perfect person. With his experience and everything that Randy's been through, he can take someone like Riddle and he could point him in the right direction, you know? So, just funny, isn't it? Like, he's been away for a long time, granted, but so much has changed. So much has changed. I mean, it's a different company in charge now, you know? When he was around 18 months in wrestling is a long time. Let's go down. This Raw stream for a good 10 minutes was peaking over 900, which is amazing given it's against a monster NFL game against Raw. Give the fans something interesting and you can fight back. The intrigue tonight is going to be massive, isn't it? I mean, there's going to be so much interest tonight in, you know, everyone loves Randy. Everyone loves Randy. He's so respected. People are going to be desperate to see if he is going to return. We know that they're targeting a Survivor Series. We don't know if he's going to be back tonight. or if they're going to do something whereby it'll be Friday, or maybe even they'll do it at the show. But there was a report that said they want to try and avoid that because they don't want people getting worked up about CM Punk, right? So they don't want to be going in with a mystery. And actually, we found out that we're going to have to get the answer to who that person is tonight. We need to find out who is the fifth person tonight. There's a chance it's LA Knight, but there's a great chance that it's Randy Orton. Could you imagine if the fifth person was revealed to be CM Punk tonight? Could you imagine that? They'd never do it. Because if you bring in Punk back, you're doing it at Survivor Series, I'm sure, in front of that Chicago crowd. So I don't think that, but that would be wild. I mean, Randy coming back is one thing, but if it was CM Punk tonight that was revealed as the fifth person, that would be, you know, that'd be one of the biggest moments in WWE history. Nia has got Raquel wrapped around the ring post. So Nia, Raquel, these two battling away. Obviously, they've been feuding and battling. She was someone that got attacked by Nia. Oof. She had her on her shoulders there. Nia hurling Raquel into this ring post. Headbutt there by Nia, and Raquel went down. Do you think the women could be 5-on-5? Maybe Xia Li joins Damage Control. Then the faces need a fifth woman, says 26 is him. It could be 5-on-5. I think we're leaving it a little bit late if we're going to be changing anything, though. I think at the moment 4-on-4 makes sense. It would be a real last-minute job if we do go 5-on-5. We could go that way, but we've done War Games 4-on-4 before. So it could, but equally, I think it's fine 4-on-4. Nia Jax on the back of Raquel. Raquel is powering up to her feet. Oh, she couldn't do it, man. She couldn't do it. Her back gave out. She was powering up, and then she, like, buckled. The knees gave out. Nia's ring attire has got a rip in it. A clothesline there by Raquel. Raquel going against the ropes again. Another clothesline into Nia. Back against the ropes one more time. Nia. Headbutt by Nia. Raquel goes down. Raquel in the corner. Nia going over. Raquel. Head scissors takes over Nia. Raquel coming over, charging over, going for a clothesline. Clothesline to the back. Boot. Down goes Nia. So Nia is down. The crowd are into this, making noise as Raquel goes back to the corner. Charges over. Into the corner. Oof. Corkscrew spinning elbow by Raquel in the corner. She's urging Nia to get up. Come on. Grabbing Nia, picking her up, going again. She couldn't do it last time. She does it. Oh, she can't do it again. She can't do it again. That's the second time she's gone for it. Nia goes against the ropes. Oh, comes crashing down. This would be so good if Nia wins. If Nia wins, then Raquel's lost because she's gone for that move. She had the momentum. She could have put Nia away a different way. I'll love it if Nia wins, because I think that's quite clever. But Raquel pops up. Crowd are so noisy for this. This is the most vocal anyone's ever been for a Nia Jax match ever. Look at this. She's got Nia up. She's going into the middle. Oh, she can't do it again. Instead, Nia comes crashing down on her. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Brilliant. Do you know what? How often do you see a match that has got like a story like that? I mean, that is just a great story. The story is that Raquel was trying repeatedly to power up Nia. She doesn't need to. She can clothesline and strike and drop kick and use kicks and sleeper holds and arm bars and ankle locks. There is no need for her to have to try and pick up Nia Jax. There's no need for her to have to try and pick her up and slam her and do these big power moves and try and power bomb her and everything. 3 times she tried. 3 times she failed. And that's her own doing. She was trying to, like, go for the big, like, you know, the big eye-catching power moves, and she couldn't do it. They will surely have a rematch, and at some point, Raquel will do it, and it'll be a great moment. But that has just cost her the match against Nia. I think that's really good. I love matches that have got some degree of, like, psychology to them. That feels like it had, like, whoever produced that has put some thought into it. Rather than those 2 women just going out and just having a match, you know? There's been some thought. So 3 power moves or power spots attempted. All failed. Nia wins. I had a feeling she would win. It's good stuff. Good show start, said Intoxicated Drums. Humble Rumble said Raquel got hurt early. I feel bad because she got destroyed. Derek said that was her best match. Gerald said this Nia run is honestly working, I've got to say. I think it's been positive, actually, as well. Yeah, I think this has been decent presentation for her. I still don't know why we replaced her theme music with something that was still sort of similar. I still think she needs, like, she could do benefit with, like, a Brock, more big, impactful, big drums type music, rather than this poppy kind of sound that she comes out to. So, yeah, I definitely would like to see a change further to her presentation, but it's better, and certainly how she's being booked in the matches is better as well. One of the best Nia Jax matches I've ever seen. Kappa said, Days, that was really good for Nia and Raquel. I agree. I mean, let's not get twisted. We're not talking about a 5-star classic. We're just talking about an opening match that was quite captivating. It had the crowd involved. There was people on their feet. People really enjoying watching Raquel trying to power up Nia. But this is something Nia gives you, because she's so big and she's got that presence. There's not many women like that on the roster. So you're going to struggle to kind of have those moments with anyone else. Nia gives you the opportunity to have those moments. I think she was a good return. But I understand why people were concerned about the return as well. My favourite Nia match is always going to be her and Charlotte that eventually turned into a shoot, said Oblong Box. Big Time said, Randy even said on Raw, this pairing with Riddle was the most fun he ever had in his career. It was better than his world title wins, Money in the Bank, and all of his success. Nia isn't big, she's just big bones, said Tony. Hurricane Mayhem said, this Nia run is not bad at all. Cynthia, shout out to you, I hope you're well. Big Burn said, Nia, she's improving, and I am proud for her. Hodgepodge Fun, shout out to you, buds. Tear, shout out to you. Is that how you pronounce it? T-E-R-E? Tear? Tera? Tear? Tera? Don't know how you pronounce that. T-E-R. That's ter. Ter? Could the final E be silent? Ter? Gone with that. That's what it is now. Defcon Prime says, number 1, Figgy, you want this Christmas days. Number 1 figure that I want this Christmas. When's that Asuka one out? Did you see that Asuka one? That was amazing. Wrestle with Andy told us about that the other day. It's amazing. I had not seen that before. I want that Asuka figure, definitely. But I don't know if it's out this Christmas or not. I think you can pre-order it though, so I would have to go with that. I'd have to go with that. Capper Owen said, Nia, 5 stars. No. Just better than the typical. Yeah, not Nia 5 stars. Although we could start calling her that. Nia 5 star. Nia 5 stars, Jax. She just puts on literally banger after banger. Well, at the moment, banger. But if her next match is good, then it is banger after banger for Nia Jax. So fingers crossed she can follow this up with another good match. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day, JD, Damien. Where's your guy? Here he is. Drew's here. So I hear you want to have the advantage match. Have you got a problem with that? I was thinking rather than Damian Priest, we have Drew McIntyre. Why are we making Rhea out to be a bit more humble? You cost me the World Heavyweight Championship. So, Damien, show your worth. Damien has said Drew can be in the match. He better get us the advantage. So, Drew wants the match. Damien allows it. Breaking news. Tickets just released for Chicago. So more tickets for SmackDown and Survivor Series. Tickets just released. Okay, they're talking about the women's War Games match now. Not sure how I feel about that backstage segment. I like it in the sense of Drew and Damien not being on the same page. It is a bit weird seeing Rhea be a bit more subservient, you know? Like, you're the leader. We'll, you know, let's do what you want to do type thing. Like, you know, Rhea is, I'm used to seeing her telling the boys what to do and pushing her own weight around. Seems like they're trying to build up Damien a little bit more here and have, like, you know, Rhea take a little bit of a backseat or a bit more of a backseat. But the one thing that just stood out was, like, when Damien wanted to be the guy in the match, Rhea said, no, we need to have this, like, voted on. And then Drew's come along and they've not voted on it. Like, Damien's just said that that's the match, he can be in it. So, I don't know, some of that stuff backstage is a bit... It's clear that they're not all on the same page, are they? It's clear that there's a few problems back there. It's just funny how, like, when Damien wanted to be in the match, they got a vote on it. Drew wants to be in the match. Damien okayed it, and that was it. You know, if I was Finn or JD or Dominic, I'd be like, do I not exist? Do I not have any say in this whatsoever? But either way, it is going to be Drew that's going to represent the heels. So who is going to represent the faces? Could we get Drew Jay tonight? Could it be Jay that tries to get it for the faces? That could be fun. I think there is a high possibility it's AJ Styles, said Officer Clusternut. I read he was due to come back a few weeks ago, but they changed it. Well, yeah, let's find out. I mean, there's a few different people that it could be tonight. It's going to be very interesting to see which way that it goes. AJ is a possibility. But there's been reports saying that this is where Randy was looking to land. For me, if it's going to be anyone other than Randy, I think it'll be a surprise for me. If it turns out to be anyone other than Randy, I will be surprised, which is weird because I'm probably meant to be surprised if it's Randy. But there's been so many reports of it being Randy that I'll actually be more surprised if it's. I'll actually be more surprised if it isn't. You can vote, thanks to Ruffles, on what team is going to get the advantage for the women's War Games. Dun-dun. Bum, bum, bum. War Games. Okay, amazingly, we're already 40 minutes into this show. Here's big time. Here is big time. Whoa. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. So you can vote for the advantage thanks to Ruffles. Here comes the man. So Becky and Xia Li are going to be our second match. The best timing is they introduce the fifth man in War Games. It'll be a massive pop. Okay, Nia Jax, Raquel, done. And we have got Becky versus Xia Li. The man is in action. Next. I think it'll be Drew and Sammy. It's the easiest to take a loss out of the group with interference or not, but heels always get the advantage in War Games, said Derek. Ruffles is a dog name, said the guy. Fifth member is going to be Big E, said Black. Could you imagine that? Big E. James said, I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him either, actually. Children don't smoke, but instead have a healthy bag of Ruffles. William said, Orton is there. It's confirmed by the massive fart that I just ripped. Did it sound like the word Orton as it came out? Cynthia said, who's the fifth member for Team Charlotte? Is there a fifth member? They don't need a fifth member, do they? Because Dakota's not going to be in the match. So it's going to be Asuka, Kairi, Bayley, and Io. So that's the four, and Dakota's injured, so she won't be competing. Big Bun said, I'm Canadian. I don't know if we have them. Deadman Talking said, I would pop for Big E. Ryan said, Randy Orton is going to be the fifth member for Team Cody. Suzanne said, I'm thinking Damian Priest might walk out in the heat of the moment during War Games. The weather at the Chiefs game looks awful, says Mitchell. They're basically potatoes, says Dark Angel. I'm guessing they're like crisps or chips, as you call them in America. And I'm guessing they're like ridged. Guessing they're like that kind of a thing. I mean, I'm sure they're lovely. I'm sure they're lovely. But not something I think we have over here. It's just a potato chip, people, says Trini. Come on, guys. It's just a flipping potato chip. Let's get back to the serious stuff of talking about Randy Orton. Has the match started yet? No, we're at commercial break. We are at commercial break. Meltzer thinks that Mabel will be the fifth man. That's what they are saying. My magic 8-ball says Orton saw his shadow and he's not there. I could skip a Raw. I don't mind if wrestlers too, Drew. He says he misses holidays and birthdays. We have ruffles in the UK, but they're not common, says Niall. Oh, never seen them. I wonder if Xia Li cosplaying as Rico's sister again tonight. I don't know who that is. Aaron says there was a super chat. Aaron, thank you. It's passed me by. Oh, it really has passed me by. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. He says he called them the Dark Ages and he needs to wipe the IC title clean. It was funny because the host... Oh, this is the Gunther thing. Okay. So he called them the Dark Ages and he needs to wipe the IC title clean. It was funny because the host didn't know what to do. Gunther is the best in WWE. Wow. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. I suppose he's a heel, so if he's saying stuff that you don't kind of... I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. It's very unorthodox to have a go about a legend that's passed away, that can't defend themselves. That's not really the way to go, but, you know, he's a heel. He's just spitballing, and I can understand the host of the bump not quite knowing what to do with it. Here is Jay and Seth. Let me get him. Jay wants him. Seth says he's yours. So it looks like we'll be Jay. Fifth member. What are we doing? You said you spoke to Nick Aldis. I've got an old friend. Cody said he's got an old friend. So Cody spoke to Nick Aldis. It was interesting how they both, like, there was a few people that said, look, I've got an idea. I mean, like, Sammy's idea you'd think would be Kevin Owens. But Cody said he's got an old friend. Days, checking the odds, and Jade is the favorite to win the Rumble. What do you think her chances are? I think her chances are good. I don't know that I'd have her as favorite, because that's a high profile. I mean, if she wins, she's got to go to Mania and fight in a singles match at Mania for the title, which I'm sure she would win. So we're saying that she is going to be the champion, like, in a singles match at WrestleMania, unless you do it as a triple threat. Because you might have to do that, actually. You might have to, if she's going to have, like, one of her first matches at WrestleMania, you might need to put it in a triple threat to protect her. Because she is not capable of a banger, is she, at the moment? Because there's been no evidence of that in AEW, not even close. Lyra Valkyria is in the crowds. She fights Xia on NXT. So Lyra in the crowd, she's got that NXT Women's Championship over her shoulder. She'll be defending that tomorrow, and we will be live tomorrow for the NXT watch along. We do Raw, NXT, Dynamite, SmackDown. We're doing Survivor Series, and we're going to be early, at least a couple of hours before the kickoff show. That's how we roll, baby. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think that it feels, doesn't it, like we're heading towards it being Randy. In regards though to Jade, I think she's got a chance. I don't know that she'd be favorite. It seems like that is a big commitment to have her win the Rumble. That's fine. Winning the Rumble's fine because you ain't got to do much to win the Rumble. You could be number 30, be in there for all of 5 minutes and be the last woman in there. Like, that's no hardship. But it's what it means. It's the prize you get, which means that you're going to be on the main roster, competing for one of the big titles at WrestleMania in one of the big matches. Like, that is her going straight to the deep end, isn't it? I mean, don't forget, we're talking about her potentially showing up in NXT. So I think she needs to go to NXT, not necessarily win a Rumble or compete for one of the big titles. So I think that there's a definite chance. I wouldn't have her as favorite. But she's got to be in the conversation because we still don't know where she's landing. But I've just got an eye on NXT Deadline. But even if she does go to NXT, she could still be in the Rumble. We've seen NXT people in the Rumble. Dropkick there by Becky. It's going to be gold dust, said Patrick. I'm really looking forward to Friday and Saturday, said Big Bun. What if it's Ted DiBiase, says William. What if it's Sheamus because of Drew, says McAvoy. Just tuned in. It's definitely Randy tonight, said Sean. We know this, but do you think we get Punk at Survivor Series? I personally don't, but there are people in the community that think that we do. I think Randy is going to be the old friend, said Tom, but Randy ain't on SmackDown. That guy messed me up now when I see him. It's obviously Tony Khan. Two people that would make sense is Cody for an old friend and Dustin Rhodes or AJ Styles, Xia Li in control as we go to commercial break. CM Punk return on Monday Night Raw. The fifth man is Shane McMahon for sure, says Mitchell. Chromeson FC said if Randy Orton is back tonight, I reckon they have CM Punk at Survivor Series so that they have a surprise, says Chromeson FC. Max NUFC said Liv or a face Bailey for the Rumble. Zion says Randy. Zoom Station said Cody's old friend. Gene said it's obviously Danhausen. Zaha said Randy Orton is trending on Twitter. Everyone is going crazy. The guy said the fifth man is CM Punk, hands down. LS Dub, shout out to you. Said, I still don't understand Zaya. The Defcon said, oh, old friend Fuego del Sol. It's going to be Fuego del Sol. William said Trini is such a Tony Khan simp. We need to get them in a room with a knife and let things happen naturally. That's one of the best comments I've ever read. Trini is a Tony Khan simp. We need to get them both in a room with a knife and let things happen naturally. That's such a gift of a comment. That really goes down roads you're not quite expecting on a couple of occasions, actually. That is a goated message, William. Much love. That's why William Hence is a goat. The real question is, do you think Randy returns tonight? I do. Sam Andon said, I hate when there's a mystery person. It's all the chat then talks about. That is true, actually. That's true. I agree. I agree. When you've got a mystery like this, it's all that's going to be spoken about tonight. And it does distract from the show. Like, we're not really talking too much about, like, other things that are going on. It's just, do you think it's going to be Randy? Could it be LA Knight? Could it be Sheamus? Could they still bring Cody in at Survivor Series? What's happening with Nakamura? Like, it's all about the mysteries, isn't it? I agree with that. We saw that with White Rabbit. I actually was a little critical of White Rabbit. Not loads, just a little. Because they would drop in a QR codes during the show, and they wouldn't wait for the end of the show, which would have been the better time to do it. They would do it in the middle of the show. And then all we were doing was scanning QR codes, working out mysteries. And the show was just passing us by. No idea what was happening. No idea. Might have been some of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. But we were here going, what do you think that means? What's that symbol? Trying to flip and work stuff out. So I think White Rabbit was amazing. I think it's one of the best campaigns I've ever seen, but I definitely would have just tweaked it a little bit. I would have just tweaked it so that it wasn't as distracting during the show. Xia Li is in control then against Big Time. Imagine if that friend is that rider. Oof. Randy already against Undertaker with Cowboy Bob Orton. If it's Randy, then why did Cody go to SmackDown to talk to Aldis, says Ryan. Well, it's true. Why did he go? Why was he on the phone? Why was he talking to Nick Aldis? He says old friend. Has Cody got an old friend on SmackDown? Against the ropes goes Xia Li gets knocked down. It is true, there is a lot of chatter. What he said, I just watched the clip again. He said, look, I've got an old friend that I can call that I think will come through for us. So whatever he was doing over on SmackDown might be separate here, because Cody is sort of making out, look, I've got an old friend that I can call. So who was he on the phone to before? What was the phone call before? What was that about? I've got an old friend that I can call, and I think he would come through for us. That was the line that Cody said at the end. Well, it's certainly what the internet is talking about, and understandably so. WWE are going to make you wait for it, though. Becky pushing Xia against the ropes. Becky against the ropes. Kick to the midsection. Double underhooks. Down goes Xia as Becky tries to grab onto the arm of Xia. Becky has got the an armbar applied at the moment. Xia grabbing onto her arm, rolling over. 2 count. Was that a 3? That felt like it was a 3. Must have just been a 2. Up on the shoulders. Airplane spin. Oh. Becky is down. Xia going for the cover. 2. Becky kicks out. A good crowd, actually. Crowd are really into this, and they were really into the last match as well. Don't really like how that move looks. It's an airplane spin where she then, like, goes into, like, a bit of a cutter. Becky is in the corner. Xia Li gets dumped to the outside, blocks the shot. Becky face first into the corner. It is a good crowd, said Gerald's. I can call implies he hasn't yet, says Dark Angel. Yeah. Cody was calling Aldis for his pumpkin pie recipe. Shot coming in there by Becky. The crowd is really good tonight. This would be the perfect time for Orton to return because there would be a massive pop. The crowd treating WWE like it actual wrestling by their reactions as well. Shots coming in by Becky on Xia Li. Xia Li in the corner. We've had an hour gone already of this show. An hour gone already. Big superplex by Big Time. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Xia Li. Xia Li kicks out. Yeah, I tell you, Wade Barrett really enjoying it. Wade Barrett says, we're getting a main event out of these two. Really impressed with what he's seen so far. Becky trying to fire up the crowd, but the crowd are fired up anyway. Looking for a manhandle. No, reversed by Xia. Becky over by the ropes. Lovely kick there as Becky gets caught in the ropes. Xia comes over and dumps Becky to the outside. Becky is down on the outside. Trick Williams would be a goated surprise teammate, says Wrestle with Andy. Gerald said, this is probably Zia's best match ever. But said, how come every time we see tag team triple threat matches for tag title opportunities, how come the heels win? And then we get heel versus heel. The faces should win. Heel versus heel is just not a good matchup. But sometimes you're in a position where you've got to build up the heels. You've got a heel team. And, you know, like the Street Profits are being built at the moment. So we've got Judgment Day against Street Profits. It's not a match that I think is very good. I think, like, it should be a face team. But, like, you would have to find a way of the Street Profits losing creatively, you know? And plus also, they're still trying to showcase them as well. So sometimes you sort of book yourself into a corner, is the truth. But I agree. I'm not a fan of like heel versus heel matches, but we don't tend to get them that often. They happen, but we don't get them that often. Shots coming in by Big Time. Kick misses by Xia. It's got a lovely pace to this match. Manhandle slam. 1, 2, 3. Becky wins. Becky beats Xia Li. So, fast pace. Hot crowds. Manhandle wins it. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Half in, half out. What about Bray? Said Otspear fam. Well, there is a slight issue with Bray being the mystery person. FBG said Mickey with Impact Wrestling. These two are going off, said Intoxicated Drums. Yeah, that felt like a pay-per-view quality match, you know. Coming through the crowd are Damage Control. Damage Control confronting. But behind is Charlotte, Shotzi, and Bianca. So now we've got a big brawl as the faces confront them. We've got security making their way down to the ring. Kicks coming in, shots coming in. We've got action everywhere around the ringside area. Let them fight is the chant from the crowd. Let them fight. Yeah, there's a big brawl. We had lots of security come down. The faces have regrouped. They're in the ring. The heels are in the entranceway. Doesn't feel like we're adding an extra person to these teams. This is like a brawl and they're like, are you ready? Here's the graphic. So unless they're going to do something on like SmackDown to chuck an extra person on each side, at the moment it feels like it's going to be 4-on-4. We're backstage with Ludwig. Ludwig making his way down to the ring. Here's Giovanni. I'm going to do what's best for Imperium. So, Ludwig upset. So Ludwig wants to take care of Johnny on his own, and he's told Giovanni, stay backstage. Stay backstage. I'm going to deal with Johnny Gargano. He's upset that Giovanni got involved last week and basically got on Gunther's good side. So Johnny Gargano taking on Ludwig. Why can't Survivor Series go back to being traditional elimination matches and then survivors meeting in a War Games match? That'd be good. And if the winners should get some sort of prize. If you win your Survivor Series match, you last your Survivor Series match, and then you get into the War Games match. The only problem with that is that you are always going to have to book like the equal number of faces and heels, aren't you, to make it through to the War Games match? Because otherwise, what's your match going to look like? That is going to really impact the booking of the other matches. Because you're never going to want all the heels winning and just like, you know, one face, because how's one face going to survive against 5 heels? So you're always going to have to book it so that this like a roughly similar number of faces and heels win their matches to make the War Games match worthwhile. And perhaps that's just too difficult to do. Perhaps it's just too messy. We did it, but we haven't done it often where the winners of their Survivor Series matches then go to a War Games match. I mean, I love the idea of it, but I think in execution it might prove to be too difficult. But the idea of it sounds great, doesn't it? You win your Survivor Series match, you go into a War Games match, and then, you know, maybe we can try and make that, like, rather than have it as teams, perhaps we make it as, like, individual. Imagine that, an individual War Games match where if you get pinned or submitted, then you're out of it. And we just battle it down until we get down to one final person. The other problem you've got, though, is that you are asking a lot of people because they've got to do a Survivor Series match, get through that, and then have a War Games match on the same show. So that's the other barrier that you face as well. But I like these kind of creative ideas, you know. We should be looking to shake things up. And I think for me, like, I know people love War Games, but I've never been a fan, and certainly not a fan of the WWE style. They're just spot fests, really. They're just matches with weapons where you just get lots of spots and lots of, like... And the first half an hour is irrelevant as well because, like, we slowly introduce people and then eventually everyone gets in the ring and then that's when the match starts. So everything before that point is largely irrelevant. Because at some point in the match, you'll have all of one team lined up here and you'll have all of the other team lined up there. So there's no like advantage that gets gained. They tried to spin it that there's an advantage, but there's no real advantage that gets gained. Because at some point, both teams will be lined up and the match will be underway. And that, like, you know, we always tend to get that moment. So, yeah, I agree. Like, looking at alternatives is not a bad thing. I personally think the match should start from the very beginning. And if you're pinned, you're out. Make War Games elimination and make the match start from the beginning. That way, the advantage would actually mean something. Because if you're a face and you're in there with two heels, you're going to have to really try and survive. Because if you get pinned, you're gone and your team is down for the rest of the match. So I agree that it's not the best and we could tweak it and, you know. But it's a big, fun spectacle that people enjoy watching. You know, the kids love it. And I think they were quite pleased with how much people enjoyed it last year. So they've gone with it again, you know. If last year had bombed, I doubt they would have done it again. But last year must have been a success for them to have gone back to it, you know. Right, we're back from commercial break. We're already 10 minutes into the second hour. Talking about Zoe Stark, we're just looking at video package. Ludwig is going to dethrone Gunther. Change my mind, says Wrestle with Andy. If he ends up leaving and being the one to dethrone Gunther, I think that would be awesome. I wouldn't be against that happening. These two have got to be happy with how the crowd responded. They worked hard. The crowd is lively. They're active in spurts. Dustin is going to be Cody's brother. I heard that he is retiring from pro wrestling soon, said Elizabeth. Goldust is going to be the fifth man, said Zachary. What if it's an old friend of Cody's from his childhood? Someone we've never heard of? Barry Jenkins. I think he's like a mechanic now, but grew up with Cody at elementary school. Yeah, that'd be sick. Imagine that. Imagine Barry coming out just like looking around like, are you sure you want me for this? I've never wrestled in my life. Barry, there's no one I can trust in this world more than you. When I got caught cheating, you took the fall for me, Barry. I know you've got my back. Right, Johnny Gargano is in the ring. Tommaso Ciampa is in there as well. It's going to be Uncle Fred's. Oh, my God, amazing. Uncle Fred's. That would be quite the shock. Barry Jenkins for undisputed champion. It could be a real Rocky moment. Michael Cole said, I think someone had their feelings hurt. Yeah, it's this Mooderson. We want you to jump into Supercard Season 10. Challenge your friend to the new campaign mode. Big Time said, am I the only one not sold on a Ludwig singles run? We tried it. I just don't think he's ready for it. He seems out of place. He doesn't feel like a legitimate mid-card. Well, to be honest, I don't know how much we've tried it, because at this point, he's just one half of Imperium, isn't he? We haven't really given him loads of like promo time. I think any stories we've told with him have been a bit confused. Do you remember when like he would let Gunther down and then he would get chopped? And that was like the punishment. We stopped doing that. And then like we ended up bringing in Giovanni. And then like the stuff we've been doing with him and Giovanni has been a bit, I don't know. It's like we start something, we don't really follow it through. We sort of go back to it. I think it's all been really muddled. I think if we was to actually do something where we could invest in him and we could like tell a good story and we could get some momentum going and give him some wins, because the guy never wins. I could see us going that way. I think part of the reason is because he's been with Gunther a long time. And, you know, if there was anyone that Gunther would want to put over, it would be Ludwig. Ludwig Kaiser looks good. He's pretty tidy in the ring. Look-wise, he's not amazing, but he's got a great physique. And he might be someone that's a little overlooked, actually, because he's not booked brilliant. He's really, I still see him as one half of a tag team, so I don't think you're wrong in saying, like, you don't really look at him and go, yeah, I mean, I don't look at him as, like, Montez Fords. I don't look at him as, like, Julius Creed. Like, you look at Julius Creed. Julius Creed looks to me like he could be the next flipping John Cena. Montez Fords, I mean, we've been waiting for the Street Profits to break so that Montez goes off. You know, he's so explosive, so animated, real connection with the crowd. He feels like a really good talent, really good single star waiting to explode out of Street Profits. I agree. I don't necessarily look at Ludwig in that same light, but I think a big part of it is to do with his booking and the fact that he doesn't really get wins. He doesn't get momentum. He doesn't... the stories we tell with him can be a bit confused. So if we could actually invest properly in him and book him properly, it's a good shout. Like, who would Gunther rather lose it to than the person that's been by his side all these years? And someone that I think would be capable of going off on his own. It's just that we haven't seen lots of evidence of it. Because these singles matches just feel throwaway. You know, these kind of matches, he still feels like he's just one half of Imperium. And he'll likely lose. You know, they're telling a story at the moment where he doesn't want Giovanni out there. So the chances are he'll probably lose, and then Gunther will be upset with him for you know, putting himself before the group type thing. But that doesn't really help build him up, does it? Just makes him look like an idiot. So I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. But I think we do have to point to some of the booking of him to take some of the blame. I hope you're well, having a good stream. How's your day been? It's been all right, buds. Yep. The ratings came out for SmackDown and Collision. Did you see them? I did. I don't read into them, to be honest. I think Collision Moving Days is a massive knock for them. I think that Saturdays is not brilliant, but at least if you're an AEW fan, you know, people are creatures of habit. On a Monday, I do this. On a Tuesday, I do this. On a Wednesday, I do this. You're in a routine, you know? And so I think if you watch Collision on a Saturday, there's no guarantee that you're free or able to watch on a Friday. Because what do you normally do at that time on a Friday? Are you able to sit down and watch a Collision instead? You know, Moving Days is such a disruption. So I really don't look at it as really anything. It was a really low number, but and Moving Days is such a disruption that it wouldn't surprise me if they go back to. I mean, obviously this Saturday will take a knock because of Survivor Series, but not this Saturday, but the Saturday after, when they shouldn't be up against anything. They should be back to Saturday. I'd expect that number to go back to where it was. I'd expect that number to be like 400 and some thousand. So we'll see. I don't think this is the start of them doing 200 and some thousand each week. I think you have to take, like, point to the fact it was on a Friday, and that has to take part of the blame. After the War Games advantage match, there'll be a brawl. Judgment Day have got the number advantage, and then Randy comes out to even the numbers, said Chromeson. It's going to be Randy, said Elizabeth. Well, we've had 1,500 votes. 73% of people say yes, it is going to be Randy. 27% say no. So people are still divided, but I'm thinking the old friend line has probably changed some opinion. I would think that old friend line definitely feels like it's leaning towards Randy, doesn't it? I wanted to ask about Survivor Series. It's going to be awesome with War Games, but if Vince was back in creative instead of Triple H, what would Vince do at Survivor Series? Well, he wouldn't do War Games. He would probably go back to it being Raw and SmackDown, because Vince was never really a fan of War Games. He never did a War Games on the main roster. The first War Games we got in WWE was last year on the main roster. Before that, it was an NXT thing because Triple H likes it. So if Vince was to go back and be the guy that was overseeing the booking again, I think you would probably go back to it being Raw against SmackDown, which is what we got year after year after year. So I think we likely would have gone back to that. Vince famously doesn't like things that he didn't come up with. Certainly things that come from other promotions. You know, the NWO was never really supported when they came in. And, you know, we saw lots of WCW wrestlers kind of struggle when they came in. Anyone that really had a gimmick that was created elsewhere, Vince can famously struggle with that. And War Games was not his idea. So, you know, again, that's not something he's really engaged with. So I think I think it would be different if Vince was booking. I think it'd be Raw and SmackDown. Kick coming in there by Johnny. John, shout out to you, bud, says, random question. Who, in your opinion, is the most underutilized talent in WWE and AEW? Underutilized. So I would be thinking about people that can't get onto TV. I'd be thinking about people that we just don't really see that much. Ludwig. Roll up there by Johnny. Kick out. I think Triple H is doing a much better job of utilizing people. So I feel like in WWE, we've kind of... I don't know that we've totally got rid of underutilized. Kick out. But, you know, anyone that's not getting on TV, I'm thinking of names like, I don't know, I'd like to see Odyssey Jones. I think Odyssey Jones has got bags of potential. And I don't think that we were maximizing that. Before, I'd say Rick Boogs, but obviously he's not around anymore. But Rick Boogs, to me, felt like he had bags of potential. And for whatever reason, we didn't like capitalize on that. Obviously, earlier this year, you would have said LA Knight was struggling to get onto TV. And so he would fall in that category as well. So it's really, for me, anyone that's not on TV, or if they are on TV, they're just taking loss after loss after loss. Chelsea Green takes a few L's, but I mean, she still gets on TV a lot, and I think they get a lot out of her. So losing doesn't really matter too much if you're being booked well, if it fits in with your character. So roll up by... Kick there by Johnny. So at the moment, I'd have to go with someone like Odyssey Jones, who I think we're just waiting for the right time to use. Oof. Johnny gets planted. Kaiser. Some good action in this match, you know. We've seen... I don't know if they've had a word with them, or... I think some of the in-ring recently has been a bit flat, but this match is actually really quite good. And the Becky Xia match was good, and we just saw maybe Nia's best match. It feels like we're seeing a lot of people being given opportunity, and it feels like Triple H has had a word with them and said, look, if I'm giving you this opportunity, you better make it count. Johnny goes against the ropes, round the houses, takes down, Ludwig. Ludwig goes face first. Crowd again banging on the barricades. There's a lovely energy around this show. Up on the shoulders. Death Valley driver by Ludwig. Ludwig with a boot there to Johnny. Ludwig looking out the ring, and there is Giovanni. He's telling him to go away. Oh, Inzaguri into a DDT. 1, 2. 3. So Johnny Gargano wins. Thanks to a distraction by Giovanni. This doesn't help Ludwig. You know, as we said, you know, there's no momentum. That was a good showing from him. He's very frustrated. I wonder where this story is going. Where is Dexter Lumis? It's a good shout. Where's Lumis? Don't know. Haven't seen much of Lumis. We haven't seen much of Carrion either. We will keep waiting for them to get going with Carrion. These are great names for underutilized. We're backstage with Chelsea and Piper. Is Tegan and Natalia. Here's Kaden and Katana. Indy and Candice. Okay, there's lots of people talking. Who's this? Oh, wow. Ivy and Maxine. So there's going to be a fatal 4-way. It's pretty fun. Happy Monday. Chelsea said she's going to have a word with Nick Aldis. And Adam Pearce said, tell him I say hi. I love how Chelsea went off the one side. It was the wrong side. She had to go totter him back over. Very good. Good match, this, actually. I've said before, I'm not a fan of, like, multiple people matches, but when it comes to finding a number one contender, let's do it. My bigger problem is when it's for a title. Such a disadvantage to the champion. But, you know, trying to figure out, like, who should be a number one contender, it's pretty fun, so. Do you know what? As Go Home show, this has been very enjoyable. Very enjoyable for a Go Home show. Well done, everyone. Well done. Well done, everyone. Good work. It's one of the best Raws. Well, do you know what? I was going to say it's one of the best Raws I've seen in a little while. I think some of the recent offerings have been a bit flat, but this actually feels like there's an energy to it. And if it is going to be a case that we're going to get Randy back, do you think that plays? Do you think that's part of the reason? I mean, there must be. If Randy's backstage, there must be so much excitement. Do you know what I mean? It just gives everyone a lift. Because you know that this is going to be a significant show with a significant moment. Everyone's going to talk about it. Everyone's going to talk about this show, and you're on this show. And it's like, you know, there's a buzz and Randy's around. There's an energy. And I could imagine that giving people a lift. Obviously, we don't know that's exactly what's happening, but this does feel different to some of the other shows we've seen recently. The match quality is better. The pacing is better. The energy feels better. It's a little bit like when you support like a team and they're just not on form. You know, like Man United have just had a horrible season this year. They're good players, but they're just not performing. I feel like Raw has been like that for a little bit. They're good workers, but they're just, the pace, the energy hasn't been there. It just hasn't been clicking. Whereas tonight, it's been excellent. It's been much better. I think every match has kind of felt like it's had a lovely energy to it. Iris Randy's old theme, said David. Right, let's go down. I love Monday Night Raw. I get to see Chelsea and she makes me laugh, said Dean. Mitchell said they're going for broke against that Monday night game. They don't want people to tune out. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the game, yeah. William said, you've just jinxed it. Now it's not going to be Orton. It's going to be the Shockmaster. I agree. They saw it was Philly and Chiefs and they went, nah, we're unloading this clip. Well, I would do halftime scores, but we weren't quite there. So we will wait for the next commercial break. So next commercial break, we'll do halftime scores. We'll see what people are thinking, but I think this has been not a challenge to watch in the slightest. You know, sometimes you can watch it and you're like, oh man, this is a nothing match. You know, this match, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it's a bit slow. It's a bit plodding. It's a bit, I could, you know, could be doing my hair. But instead, like, tonight has felt like, yeah, the matches have kind of felt like there's been a bit of something about them. You know, Raquel and Nia seem to really want to go at each other. Becky and Xia have been built. That's been built up quite well. Johnny and Ludwig, there wasn't a great deal to that, but the match was pretty good. And clearly we're telling a story with Ludwig and Giovanni, so... And this women's Fatal 4-Way, I understand why we're doing it. I think some of the teams are pretty interesting. Premium live event coming to France. Over the top rope, WWE is coming to France. France will host a WWE event for the first time in its history. C'est historique. All French WWE fans have been waiting for it, and it will finally happen. LDLC Arena will host WWE's first premium live event and a SmackDown. Tickets are on sale. Sacre bleu. Tickets are on sale now, Saturday, May 4th. Lyon Dessins, France. What's that? Lyon Dessins? Oh, it's just called Lyon. What's going on? Zoe and Shayna are in the Judgment Day area. Zoe and Shayna. You're so focused on everything else. But me. The decorations, the toys. Do you know what stuck out to me? That right there, the Women's Championship. Come Survivor Series. It's coming home with me. So Rhea says she kind of respects it. So a little bit of respect shown from Rhea there to Zoe. I am surprised that Rhea didn't just mess her up. Zoe with Trish was a great pairing and it made Zoe feel something big. Now she's hanging with Shayna and it feels like a step down, said Brony. Yeah, at some point though, she does have to stand on her own 2 feet, so... Here we go then. There's a sign in the crowd that says, Judgment Day sucks. This is actually a tag match. It's a fatal 4-way, but it looks like we're going with the like proper tag rules. Okay, we got Chelsea on commentary, which could be fun. Kick coming in there by Tegan. Matthew Cole. Wade. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So Chelsea's saying, like, she makes noise because it gets her places. Matthew Cole. Matthew Cole's pretty fun, isn't it? Okay, we're seeing great work by Maxine there. Maxine showing off some skill. Thank you! Back elbow there by Maxine. She gets driven back to the corner. Tag. In comes Ivy. Wade said that shows the training of the Alpha Academy is paying off. Ivy down. Chelsea said, I don't know if you've seen, but we've been training really hard too, so that was a cute move, but Indy is in the ring. Indy in there with Ivy. Ivy goes round the back of Indy, looking to try and get her off her feet, but Indy grabbing Ivy, scoops her up, slams Ivy down. What if it's just LA Knight or Kevin tonight, said Alex. We've been swerved. The fifth member will be Woo Woo. You know it. Manx says, change the match on screen. We can do this. Fatal four-way. Number one contenders matches are always a good way to give meaning to matches and enhance a division. And good Lord, does this division need it. I am here for this. The fifth man will be Undertaker or Kane. You can take it to the bank, said Justin. Aaron thinks it's going to be LA Knight. Scott thinks it'll be Uncle Howdy. K-Pop said, is the crowd alive? They're a little more subdued for this one. Oh, wow. But they're still popping for certain moments. Carter and Chance. Caden Carter, Katana Chance. Chance getting flipped over into Candice. Tegan and Natalia getting in. They're grabbing Caden and Katana. We haven't seen much of Caden and Katana, but they are a great team. They're probably the best team in this. Because they worked for years down in NXT as a team. Katana getting pulled out the ring. Ivy Nile comes crashing down onto Caden and Katana. Maxine is going up top. Maxine is perched. She comes crashing down. Multi-person spot on the outside. And we go to commercial break. So let's go to commercial break and do halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Okay, get in your scores. Get in your scores. So, Ryan says 9. LD Cool said 7. Christopher says 8. Curse One said 7. Mark B Television said affirm 7. Let Him In said 7. WWE Fan 1000 says 8. WWE AEW Fan says 8. Niall says 8. Seth said 7.5. 10 said Josh 8. Got lots of different scores coming in now with the 8. We've got 8.9 from Roberts. Deadman Talking with an 8. Chris said 7.25. Daniela said 7.5. Justin said, I can't cheer for a woman that only jumps off the second rope. Paul with a 7. Omega Boy with a 10. J Dub with a 1.5. Tony with a 9. Shakeem said 6.26. Horror King Mayhem said 6.9. Brony said 7.5. The Manx said 8. I'm happy they're showcasing the women tonight. Chris said 7.5. Dave says 8. Shamal said 8.5. Kano VR said 6. Roddy said 6.5. Foxtrot with a 7. Serge said 0 because I've not seen Randy or Punk. King Kinshasa said the fifth man is going to be out of 10. DJ Dub B417 said 9. Leonard said 8.5. Sweeter says 10 out of 10. Sick Client says 6. Ryan said 8.9. I will say 775 says A. Jobson. Ray said 9.5. Brony said 7.5. Victoria says 8. Bacon Edits says 8.5. Ledger Killer said 6.5. That's what she said 775. George says 10. Chris said 7.5. Brony says 7.5. Zahar says 7. 4 of Hearts Illusion said 775. Big Bun says 8 out of 10. Dean says 9. Tell you what, we've got some big numbers tonight. We're not seeing like 5s and 4s and stuff like that. It's 7s and 8s. I'm not even seeing 6s, to be honest. Although 6.5 Legend Killer, 8 from Backpack Beats, 8.5 from Leonard, 10.6 says Colton, 8 said Steven, 10 says Kia, 9 says Chastity, Jason Scott says 5.5, Nick says 1, best show ever. 6 said Sam. 7 said Not Like Fago. 9 says Laker. SO Creative said it's a 5. It's average. It's nothing great. Stanton said 8.5. Mitchell said I'll go 7.5 to 7.75. And we are back to the action. Woo! So, Candice and Indy taking on Tegan and Natalia, taking on Maxine and Ivy, taking on Kaden and Katana. This is our match that we've got underway. Number 1 contenders. Winners are going to get a title opportunity. Chelsea and Piper on commentary. We have got 1 hour, 19 minutes left. We've still got the advantage match to come up, and we still need to find out who is the 5th member. Are we going to see the return of Randy Orton? Some people thinking it might be Matt Cardona. Some people thinking it might be LA Knight. I don't think anyone's thinking it's going to be CM Punk for this one. We still haven't seen Shinsuke as well. Shinsuke needs to tell us what he's doing. At the moment, we got Tegan in the ring. We got Natalia in the ring. We got Katana Chance up top. Here we go. Katana. Oh, wow. Wow. Very innovative. I don't think I've seen that before. So she grabbed her. She did a handstand on top of Kate. That, wow. You've got to, wow. Katana Chance did a handstand on top of Caden Carter. Caden Carter actually spun around and planted her down on top of Tegan and Natalia. Sometimes you see like handstands and things just for the sake of it. But actually, I love the mechanics of that move. I love the way that she didn't just like fall off onto them. I love how Caden was like swinging around and was part of the motion of it as well. So it wasn't just a case that she did a handstand and just like flopped off. She was like helped by Caden as well. I think that was great. The only criticism I'd have is that really, you know, that should be the finisher. That should be their finisher. They should win matches with that. All these other people got in the ring and made the save. Maxine scooping up and slamming down Tegan. Maxine has learnt so much from being in Alpha Academy. Look at her in the corner. She's doing the caterpillar. into the elbow drop. How did she manage to do the caterpillar and then deliver such an awful elbow drop? Do you know what, Maxine? I mean, she's got a bit, look at the facial expression as well. She's got a bit of personality to her, hasn't she? You know, she's in the corner getting all like G'd up. And then like she does the worm, the caterpillar, into a horrible looking elbow. I've got to think that's going to be an easy fix. Maxine, though, looks like she's got some personality to her. And it certainly looks like she is improving as well. Suplex, double suplex, and kip up by Maxine. Thank you! Maxine is going to the top here. Ivy has been dragged down. Crossbody, little sloppy by Maxine. And a pin by... That's disappointing. Tegan just rolls up and pins Maxine. So it's a win for Tegan and Natalia. Okay, yeah, Kaden and Katana. Maxine looks sloppy in a few things. I think the crossbody looks sloppy. I think the elbow after the worm looks sloppy. So certainly not getting carried away. But she brings a lovely energy. And she certainly is improving. Here's the Ring General. Gunther. Explain yourself. It was easy. It was going great. You never listen. I thought you could uphold the prestige of our group. I applaud your efforts tonight. Now. So he hasn't put Giovanni in charge. He tells them to sort it. So Gunther tells Ludwig and Giovanni to sort it. Wrong person in charge, question mark. Here's the Miz. Great move by Kaden and Katana. Love that move. Maxine improving. But like a roll-up win for Tegan. Miz and Gunther coming up next. If I could wrestle, I would volunteer to be that fifth member, said Elizabeth. Do you think Randy will return tonight? I do, yes. Face to face coming up next. We've got 1 hour, 12 minutes. Willie said, I was honestly hoping they would save Randy for Survivor Series, but it looks like it's tonight. There was a rumor about a week or so ago that said they didn't want to save it for Survivor Series because they didn't want people thinking that it would be CM Punk. They want to make sure that people know. I mean, if it is Randy, the only other thing that we need to get a bit of more information on is what are we doing with Nakamura? Because that's the other area that people are looking at to be potentially CM Punk. If they can explain that tonight, or if we can make some movement with that tonight and we can bring Randy back, then there's not really a mystery set up for CM Punk for Survivor Series. Those are the two that people are looking at. So even if it is Randy tonight, there will still be people expecting Punk because of this Nakamura thing. So that Nakamura segment's going to be interesting as well. I was hoping they would save him for the Rumble as a surprise. Are you the fifth man, said Dylan. Yes. But what are your personal feelings on the Punk rumors? I don't know what the Punk rumors are. I mean, the reports are that he's not going to be at Survivor Series. So if there's rumors saying different to that, then they are not based on any report. There's no report out there saying CM Punk's coming back. So if there is chatter out there, it's fan theory. And listen, it could go that way. It could go that way. You know, I said before, like, I didn't expect Edge to go to AEW. So Edge going to AEW, you know, is just more proof that anything is possible in wrestling. So, yeah, it could be a case that we end up getting CM Punk at Survivor Series, but I'm not expecting it. There'd be nothing to base that on other than hope. Other than I hope it happens. And if people are hoping that it happens and they would love to see it, I totally get it, because I would like it as well. I would like it as well. It wouldn't bother me if he came in. It's not like I'm a CM Punk hater. I'd actually really like to see it. So that would be something that I would be really on board with. But there's just, you know, it's not based on anything but hope. But everyone knows Tony is smart, and CM Punk firing was a work. He's actually under the devil mask. Yeah, I've said this yesterday. It's funny, isn't it? How people, any mystery, CM Punk seems to be associated with it. Who's under the devil mask? There are genuinely people thinking it's CM Punk. Who's going to answer a potential open challenge with Nakamura? There's people thinking it's CM Punk. Who's going to be the mystery person on this team? There's people thinking it's CM Punk. You know, it's just CM Punk gets associated with everything. Because there are so many people that do want to see him come back. I mean, you can understand why. To be fair, WWE aren't going to tell anyone we've signed Punk, says James. Chicago made Punk, said Zoom Station. Joe said it's crazy that we demand surprises, but we go out our way to read rumors and try to spoil any surprise they could pull off, says Joe. It's true that, I mean, like, as wrestling fans, we want to be surprised. As wrestling fans, we don't want to know what's going on, but we do want to have the conversations, you know? We do want to speculate and talk about it. I mean, this is so much better than knowing. I'm so pleased that we don't 100% know what's happening tonight. It's brilliant. We're backstage with what's going on here. We've got New Day, Alpha, what about us? We can't do it tonight, so next week. So tag turmoil next week. Okay, so tag turmoil match. Who does he want? Oh, Nick Aldis is here. Let's have a conversation. Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce are face-to-face backstage. Here's the Miz. So Miz talking about respects. Nick Aldis says the fifth man would be acceptable, says her. Nick threw Adam out of SmackDown. Now he keeps showing up on Raw every week, said Justin. Adam Pearce as the mystery teammate. Here is the Ring General. Here's Gunter. Gunter. Just confirmed, Virgil is Cody's friend. Imagine that, Virgil. What a comeback. Okay, the Intercontinental Champion is making his way down to the ring. Gunther and Miz. I don't mind this match. I know it's one that people aren't crazy about, but... Days, I want to see Raw versus SmackDown GM match. You might, buds. You might. I don't know what else they'd be talking about, to be honest. It's going to be the Fabulous Moolah, says Waylon. Red X, shout out to you. Virgil is too old, said Victoria. The Rock is the fifth man, says Josh. CM Punk says Black. If Randy is the fifth member in War Games, Punk will confront Grayson Waller and lay out a GTS as Grayson is due to have a segment coming out to Punk's song. Okay. Says Omega Boy. Here's Gunther. I have zero respect for you. You're just an entertainer. I get it done in the ring and out the ring. Ah, so this is playing into that Ultimate Warrior diss. He's talking about some of the entertainers. When Brett came down and gave a kid sunglasses, I wanted to be that kid. So the Miz putting over some of the legends like Shawn and Brett and Macho Man, and we get a Macho Man impression. Wow. They're not a one-note robot like you. It's quite cute. You are very entertaining. I'm amused by you, says Gunther. That's a lovely line by The Miz. They're not a one-note robot like you. I'll take whatever it takes to survive. I'll do whatever it takes to win. You haven't been to the bottom. We don't know who you are because you've never been to the bottom. some really good promo stuff here. Gunther doesn't need to be a showman. He's a good wrestler, said J-Love. Mrs. Great on the mic, said AJG. Cody was wearing a jacket when him and Randy reunited, says Woods. A brown jacket. Smile on the face of Gunther. Miz started from the bottom, now he's here. Okay, Gunther is talking. He says, everyone here thinks I'm going to face The Miz, a former Grand Slam champ, future Hall of Famer. But who I'm really facing on Saturday is someone that's like everyone else in this building. A little weirdo that got bullied at high school. You don't belong in this business. You got bullied at high school. You then joined wrestling to meet all your heroes, and they bullied you when you got in. Here we are, 20 years later, and things haven't changed. You still do not belong in this sport. So he calls the crowd weirdos. You belong over that guardrail with all these other weirdos just like you. I'm glad that we're making Gunther a proper heel. USA chants. You're weak. So USA chants. Jesus, this crowd has been teleported from 1991. I think you've not been bullied enough. He pushes Miz. Come on, Mike. He pushes Miz in the face. Come on, Mike. Go on, Gunther. Bully him. Bully him, Gunther. Make him humble. Come on, Mike. Mike fighting back. Gunther with a big boot. Mike goes down. Stupid Mike. Mike's weak. Do you know what Mike should have done? He should have walked away. Bigger guys walk away. Yeah. Gunther with that Intercontinental Championship standing over Mike. Have a good look. Low blow by The Miz. Really captivating segment. Little Mike with huge balls, said Dave in real life. Dave, shout out to you. Hope you're well. He is showing off some big balls here, Mike, isn't he? Do you think the crowd will start chanting massive balls? Massive balls, massive balls, massive balls. Really good segment. Really interesting. Some really fun points being made. Miz telling Gunther he's just a one-note robot. Gunther telling the Miz he's nothing but bullied weirdo. Building it up. You know, it's maybe not an encounter that people are salivating over, but it's definitely an encounter that's got something going for it. Who wins? The one-note robot or the bullied weirdo? Gunther ends up down on the ground. It's probably a sign Gunther retains. We're backstage with Jay and Seth. We've got to have the win tonight, says Seth. Do it for all us weirdos, Cole said, did he? Speak for yourself, Cole. You go out there tonight and you take down Drew McIntyre and you get that advantage. I got you, Oos. Yeets. Oh, it's got very serious. Miz needs to take out an insurance policy on his balls, says William. Yeets. The fifth member is going to be Michael Cole, said Foxtrot Tango. That just bumped my score up, said Zoom Station. It's been a really enjoyable show, man. It's been a really enjoyable show. The show's been so good. There just hasn't been a down moment. There hasn't been a moment where I felt myself like, oh, yeah. You know, like sometimes you can get a hot start and then it sort of tails off and we go just match, just the matches aren't good and they're a bit no meaning to them. So much tighter. Everything's just got so much purpose tonight. Here's Shinsuke, and as we said, Shinsuke is taking on Chad's. Shinsuke has had his sights set on someone. We don't know who that person is, and we don't know when that's going to pay off as well. Some say Shinsuke has evolved. Chad Gable, Shinsuke, coming up next. The fifth man is going to be John Fury. Nakamura versus Chads. Love what we're doing with Shinsuke as well. He's been fantastic. Michael Cole just said, some people say that Shinsuke has evolved. He's actually gone back to an old version of himself that we just haven't been seeing. And I think that is true. You know, the Shinsuke that was in New Japan, we haven't seen much evidence of him. Just shows, doesn't it? Momentum, booking, presentation. It's just, it can change. Can just completely change a wrestler. Momentum, booking, presentation. They could, you know, they could be the same person, but if you book them different, present them different, give them some wins. And that's exactly what we've done with Shinsuke. It's not that he's improved. It's just that we've changed these things about him. AJG said, if Randy returns, will you give us an elusive 8 rating? Yeah. I think so. I think this is a really solid show. I'm in the 7s anyway. If Randy comes back, I think we do get to the elusive 8. We get into the 8s. Michael Cole being able to change how people view his career is awesome. I remember hating him in 2012. He was insufferable. It just proves that no one is truly buried in WWE. It's true. People can be buried, but do we ever put the soil on top and walk away? I think people can be buried, but normally they're open graves. So they can climb back out again, you know? It's true, innit? I mean, look at the work we're doing with Akira Tozawa as well, you know. Granted, still a bit of a joke, but we've been really trying with his in-ring work to try and make him a more credible in-ring competitor. And that may, you know, bear fruit eventually. He had a good little match down in NXT the other week as well. Actually, we've got another match with Alpha Academy, haven't we? Isn't it Chad and Noam Dar? For the Heritage Cup. Is that tomorrow? I think that might be tomorrow as well. The match with Shinsuke Otis last week was fire, says Kervin. I've been trying to get your attention, says Princess. You've got my attention, Princess. What is it, Princess? Tozawa and R-Truth aren't main event in Mania anytime soon. That's true. Can we change the title of the match, said King Kinshasa. We can. Yeah, I wouldn't get too fixated on this. It's just a guide. Well, hang on. No, that was right. That was right. It was Nakamura and Chad. That is going to be what's coming up. That's next. Glass shatters, and the fifth person is Shark Boy. Does CM Punk return, said Sub-Zero. I don't think so. The Judgment Day will brawl with their opponents and have a numbers advantage. FCE said Nakamura Open challenge at Survivor Series and CM Punk returns. Okay, here we go. We're going back to the action. Going back to the action. Nakamura in the ring. Chad Gable is his opponent. So, WrestleMania week next week. SmackDown and the Hall of Fame are going to be together on the Friday. They do that normally, SmackDown with Hall of Fame straight after. Saturday, NXT Stand and Deliver is on in the afternoon, and then the evening is WrestleMania. 2 events on the same day. And then Sunday is just WrestleMania Day 2 on its own, and then, of course, Monday Night Raw. All of these are going to be in the Wells Fargo Center. It's a hell of an ask, innit? To do SmackDown, Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, and Raw. Here's Valhalla and Ivar. You've disrespected me. The earth will shake in a week's time. Bronson Reed and Ivar. Good presentation. Loved it. Princess said, bow down to your queen. AJG said, wait, they said they didn't want any secrets, yet there is an open challenge. Well, they haven't announced an open challenge. It's fan theory at the moment. You guys should be thinking if it's Punk, you're gonna let yourself down. If it is, then we mark out, but we're not gonna get my hopes up, says Horror King. Uh-oh, you guys thinking it's Punk, you're gonna let yourselves down. Okay. There we go. Yeah, tomorrow, Heritage Cup. Noam Dar, Chad Gable. Dave said, I'm hoping my OBS is going to work tomorrow for NXT. I had to stop my Raw stream for OBS. What was up with OBS, buds? What happened with OBS? I don't think I've ever had an OBS problem. Is it an internet thing? Is it like an internet connection not strong enough type vibe? I get that all the time, lag where it OBS and like drops out, whatever, drop frames and everything. I get that a lot, but I've never had like an OBS issue. I heard that Randy was medically cleared, says Elizabeth. I remember my great-grandfather was a king, said Princess. Sometimes stream key changes and they have to get reset, said Smurfy Tunes. Okay, we are underway with Nakamura and Chads. Okay, Chad round the back of Nakamura. OBS update, and then it stopped working. It keeps throwing me out. Really? I've not had that. I've got OBS 29.1.3, so I don't know if there's a new one. If there is, I ain't updating it then. Let's have a look. Is there a new OBS? OBS 30 came out on November 11th. Yes, there is. I'm still using 29.1.3. And do you know what? I'm going to continue using that. I wonder if there's like an issue with it. I mean, there must be. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Dave. That sucks. So frustrating when it's something that's not like your fault. Nothing you can do about it. I've been there. I've had lag that I could not fix. There's just nothing you can do about it. Dragon Screw by Gable. Great call, says Big Bum. Nakamura in the corner as Chad comes over. Crowd a little bit quiet for this one. 45 minutes left. 45 minutes left. It's keyed up with YouTube now, which doesn't work right. Last thing you need is more things that can go wrong. Roll through there by Chad. Chad in the corner saying, come on. Shushin as Nakamura charges over belly to belly to the outside. And Nakamura spills to the outside as Chad on the edge of the ring. Gable charges over and cannonballs onto Nakamura. Nakamura goes down. I loved how the rest of Alpha Academy came walking behind him and then as one celebrated in the background. That was a fun little spot. So Alpha Academy throwing their arms up in unison. I think it was Otis like marching behind. It's just a fun little, it looked like a dance routine. It looked like a TikTok. But we have gone to commercial break. 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. Dave said my internet was okay, so it had to be OBS. Well, hopefully it gets fixed. If not, is there a way of like reinstalling an older version? Is there a way of like deleting the current version? And do they keep the older ones still available? Sometimes on computers, you can actually go back to like a previous time on your computer when everything was like at a different level, you know? Like you can go back before an update. That's the kind of thing I'd be looking at. I'd be looking at, can I get back to version 29? Can I go back on my computer to when I had 29? I'd be looking at stuff like that. But in all fairness, if there's an issue, OBS connecting with YouTube, that's going to affect so many people. I've got to think they're priority fixing, you know. Someone will have a fix for that. This show is paced so good, said Miggy. 44 minutes to go to see a terrible return, said Jordan. Halloween King said Randy comes out to help the babyface team win at Survivor Series, and then while celebrating, he punts Cody to start a feud. Ooh. Ryan said, could Brock be the fifth member, knowing that he showed Cody respect after their match? He could. I mean, Randy is the rumor. Randy is what was been reported, so Randy is the one that's a pick, but if it's not to be Randy, then yes, Brock would make sense. Is Brock an old friend? Well, I mean, they have feuded previous, didn't they? So depends what you class as old friend. But Brock be attacking anyone. I think I heard though that Brock might not be coming back. Brock might not be coming back this year, so I wouldn't expect him. Dave said, I might use Streamlabs instead if it doesn't get sorted, which I have used before. This is Face Heels. Elizabeth said, if Randy returns tonight on Raw, I will give this man credit for coming back to wrestling after he underwent back surgery. Randy not coming didn't make it in the arena. It's on Twitter, said Jason. Okay, we're back live. Chad against Shinsuke. Chad goes against the ropes. Knee strike to the midsection there by Shinsuke. Chad's on the edge of the ring. Kick there by Shinsuke. Kick to the back of the head as well. Shinsuke in control and putting up the arms. Taunting Chad. Shinsuke looking for the cover as Chad kicks out. Otis, Maxine, Kira Tozawa on the outside of the ring, supporting Chad. Nakamura in control. Keeping Chad down. Let's go, Gable. Chant, there's a sign in the crowd that says Gable is God. Gable back up to his feet. Shinsuke. Shot to the midsection there by Gable. And again. These blows coming in. Knee strike there by Shinsuke. Quick strikes. Oh, missed with a shot there. Gable with a forearm strike. Knee to the midsection. Uppercut there by Gable. Shinsuke swinging away. Kick to the midsection by Chad. Shush. Against the ropes goes Chad. Swinging net breaker. 1, 2. Kick out by Shinsuke. Kick out by Shinsuke. Tonight we've got the advantage match that looks to be our main event. Jay against Drew. Shinsuke being picked up. Back elbow there by Shinsuke. Has anyone spotted Randy's bus? No, I don't think they would do that, to be honest. I think if they had like a bus for like specific for Randy, I mean, it would just have to be a generic thing. Because anything that could be spoiled, anything like this, they've done such a good job of keeping this quiet, you know? To be fair, we only knew that Randy was at the Performance Center because someone spotted him entering the building. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have known he was in the Performance Center. So they've done a great job of keeping it on the lowdown. Dave said, I'm surprised LA Knight hasn't been at Survivor Series. Maybe he faces Solo. Oh, yeah, he could still make it onto the cards. We've still got a Go Home SmackDown where, you know, a match can get added. Gable lands on his feet. Gable against the rope, stuck underneath. Grabs the leg of Shinsuke. Chad has got an ankle lock on Shinsuke. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Kick coming back by Gable. He's got Shinsuke up in a razor's edge type move. Oof. He flips him over. Plants Shinsuke down. Gable goes to the outside, climbing up. Headbutt? That's what he tends to go for. Yeah, headbutt. Headbutt by Gable to kick out. Plot twist. Randy returns as a heel. Goes for Seth's title. A feud which leads to Randy winning 17 world titles, says Uday Sharma. Sunny said, I hope you're doing well and I hope Kia is good. She's all right. She's a bit quiet at the moment. Don't know if she's a bit ill or I don't know. She seems a bit quiet. But yeah, she's all right. She's all right. Lots of treats. Wow, look at that. The turnbuckle pad just got ripped off by Nakamura. Just went flying. It's in the middle of the ring. Kick there by Nakamura. Lovely spin kick. Landed flush. Crowd quiet for this. This feels like one of the lowest points in the show. It's a good little battle, but Nakamura was going for the Kinshasa. Chad's 1, 2. Kick out. It's maybe not living up to the expectation. Nakamura trying to get a hold of the arm, but Chad's. Oh. Lovely. Is that like a Snapdragon suplex? Gable has got Nakamura dragging him over to the corner. That top turnbuckle is missing, but Chad is still coming off with a moonsault. Knees up there by Nakamura. Chad Gable goes down. Nakamura getting back up to his feet. Sonny, blah, blah, blah. Orton is tied with Charlotte at 14, said Dark Angel. Here we go. Ankle lock applied by Chad. Shinsuke in the middle of the ring. Nakamura trying to get over to the ropes. CK said, the diving headbutt makes me a bit worried. I hate it. It's unnecessary. I don't even think it looks that good. It's, you know, in a world where we know about CTE and concussion and all this stuff, I don't understand why he does it or even why he's allowed to do it. Nakamura rolls up Chad, gets a win. The match is over. I don't think it lived up to expectation, but Nakamura gets the win. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so Nakamura wins. Boom, 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 boom. A diving headbutt could give you brain damage, said WWE for life. Do you know who I've not seen? I've not seen Nikki. She normally is in the background. If she's been in the background, I've just missed her. Drew, Damien, face to face. Get the advantage. Rhea tells Drew. So Drew was like, we don't need your help. And Damien was like, good, we weren't offering. Here we go. Tell you something, if it does turn out to be Randy, what is the story in the sense of, has he just been at home waiting for someone to call him? Like in kayfabe, what's the story? I mean, in real life, he's been injured. But in storylines, he went missing. Riddle was upset. He never came back at all those times Riddle was in trouble. And now we need a person like Cody calls him. Randy comes back. Where's he? What's he been doing? Just sat at home. Just waiting for someone to call. Overlooking that, it's going to be sick. Dun, dun, dun. Advantage match. War game. Next week, we're in Nashville. They need to change Drew's theme music, says Robert. Randy was injured in kayfabe as well, says Nick. Yeah, but I mean, unless Cody knows that Randy is now no longer injured and is now available to bring back, we haven't acknowledged that he's... I mean, obviously we wouldn't yet, would we? But my point is that why is it that Cody's like, oh, I've got an old friend that I can call? And he calls up Randy, you know? Like, we haven't seen this guy in 18 months. You'd think that he would be trying to get back of his own accord and not waiting for someone to call him. You'd think that Randy would be trying to make it back. I would just be interested to know, like, and hear from Randy. That's all. I'm not saying that it's a big issue. I'm just saying that, like, he's been away for 18 months. It's a slightly strange way of bringing him back. Like, oh, I know someone, I'll give him a call, as if he's just sat at home waiting by the phone. Like, why hasn't he come back before? If he's fit and healthy, why hasn't he not come back already? But we'll have, I'm sure, all this and more explained. First of all, we need to see if it is Randy. Let's see if it is Randy. And then we need to get it explained, because I'm sure we'll hear from him. If he comes back tonight, he'll be at Survivor Series, and then I'm sure we'll hear from him next week on Raw. And that'll be a very interesting... even next week will be interesting. Do you know what? If Randy comes back, it really does breathe some life and momentum into the show, doesn't it? Because you're right, if he comes back, not only is it a big moment, oh my God, Randy's back, but think of all the things that you can then go and do with him. So it's not just a case of it's a big moment for this week. It helps boost Survivor Series. I, as I just said, you know, I'd like to have a bit of explanation as, like, when did you get cleared? When did you know you was going to return? You know, how did Cody know he was cleared? Like, there'd be a couple of bits that I'd like to get a bit of clarity on. It's nothing more than that. But hearing from him is going to be a big segment. Him actually talking to the fans. That's going to be a big segment. And that might be next week's Raw. So that means next week's Raw is going to be, a big deal as well. It's very exciting. WWE for Life said Cody is acting like Randy's doctor asking him to come back. There can be a perfectly acceptable answer to it. It could just be a simple case that he knows that Randy got cleared, and he knows that Randy is just waiting for an opportunity to return to present itself. So it can be easily explained, but it is just something that I do just go, if he is cleared, why is he not come back already? Why is it that Cody's... Oh, I know a guy. Do you know, I know someone that I think could help us. There's this guy sat at home called Randy Orton that used to be really good. I'll give him a bell. I'll see if he's doing anything. He might not be at the bingo this week. He might be free. I'll give him a call. Right, we're at commercial break. Drew has made his way down to the ring. Jay is going to come down. We're clearly going to get this match. And then after the match, we'll get the reveal. They're going to save half an hour left in this show, and they are going to make sure this is the last thing that happens. They are going to make sure that this is the absolute last thing we get, and rightfully so. Because they're going to want to get as big a rating as possible for this show, aren't they? So... Maka said, I think Damien gets pinned at War Games and then gets kicked out next week. Randy has been looking for Riddle, said Larry. Please erase Nakamura and Chads. Well, we haven't moved on to the next match yet. And honestly, I think the chat do get a bit too focused on that at the bottom. It's just a guide. Right, here we go. Black Sabbath, War Pigs is going to be the official theme for Survivor Series. Oh, here's Bronson Reed. He calls Valhalla a witch lady. You're a cosplayer? Challenge accepted? You won't survive, Big Bronson Reed. Great. He had about 30 seconds to cut a promo there, and he did such a good job. No one survives the tsunami. You're just a cosplayer hiding behind your witch lady. Good. So they're just talking about the War Games match. Becky, Shotzi, Bianca, Charlotte taking on Damage Control. We've also got Rhea Ripley defending against Zoe Stark. We also have Carlito taking on Santos Escobar. We've got the Ring General Gunther taking on The Miz. Intercontinental Championship. And Judgment Day and Drew taking on Cody, Sammy, Seth, Jay, and a teammate that will be named tonight. So they've just shown us how War Games works. Priest is wearing his old outfits from before, the purple and black Judgment Day outfit, says Larry. Scott said Survivor Series could be great. Also, WWE pay-per-views have been lacking a little bit recently. This could be a banger. Michael said it could be Orton, Brock, CM Punk, or Uncle Howdy. George said, I love Aussie. Robots, nerds, and now cosplayer. This Raw is on fire tonight, says Dave. Halloween King said, just imagine Randy holding Cody's hand up after winning at WrestleMania 40 whilst holding the 2 world title belts that he wins. That moment could give me chills. Has Randy returned yet? No, we don't know the mystery person yet. Imagine Randy comes out to This Fire Burns just to troll the crowds. Like he could come out to Cult of Personality. It could be Orton. Oh, we read that. Days, hope you're doing well, said TJ. I have been working non-stop. I haven't been chance to join as much. I think Randy does return tonight and Punk for Survivor Series. Thoughts? I'm thinking Randy tonight as well. Yes. Have we had Nikki and... Okay. Picked. We're in business. He's in. He's in. He's in. Seth's excited. I don't understand. I don't know why they went that way. I thought Cody was going to make the call and that was the only call. He just said to like Seth and Sammy, did you get any joy? And they were like, nah. Does that mean that Kevin Owens turned Sammy down? Huh? What are you on about? What do you mean? Kevin, we're desperate, mate. Can you help us? Oh, I can't, mate. Got tickets to the cinema on Saturday. Don't know why they went that way. Why didn't they just have Cody come out and go, he's in? He's in. He said he's going to do it. Yeah, he's in. Whatevs. He's in. That's all you need to know. It's going to be one-man gang. Almost sounds like Randy will be announced, but he's not in the building, said Chris. Has there been a Nikki sighting tonight? I've not seen her, which is making me wonder if I've just missed her in the background. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not really bothered. But you never know if those images might progress, in the background. We might actually get... she might start doing something rather than just standing there, Hell of a match this. Main event, 22 minutes. Mitchell said KO is kayfabe suspended. How long's he suspended for? How long's he suspended for? Maybe you're right. Perhaps that's why he turns it down. I'm still surprised, though, that the others couldn't find someone else, People that aren't on the Survivor Series card turned it down. I wouldn't have done that little thing. It doesn't matter. It's not an important thing. But I would have just had Cody come out and say he said yes. Because I wasn't under the impression the others were meant to be calling anyone anyway. Cody is he's come through though, and I'm sure we'll be hearing about it after this match. So 21 minutes left to go. Kevin is on the Waller effect this Friday. Oh, that's true. He's on the Waller effect, isn't he? Do you think CM Punk is returning? I don't. Will you be surprised if it's someone that you or any of us has mentioned? I will be surprised if it's not Randy Orton. I will be more surprised if it's not Randy than if it is Randy. I mean, I feel like this whole stream has been, it's Randy, it's going to be Randy, we're expecting it to be Randy, Randy's the favourite, Randy's the rumour, Randy's trending. X has gone crazy, old friend, blah, 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 blah. So if it turns out to be anyone that's not Randy, I will be more shocked than if it is Randy. But still, the moment, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. And also, if it is, it's Randy Orton. It's one of the greatest of all time. Someone that we weren't sure would ever make it back. Someone who, if it's believed, the doctors told him not to return. Certain doctors have told him not to come back. So, Mitchell said, real question is, who would Seth call? Who would Seth call? Becky. Big time. Drew down, Jay on the outside. Don't know, who would Seth call? Has Seth got any friends? Kind of keeps himself to himself, doesn't he? Into the ring post goes Drew. I mean, the thing is, because he's a face, you know, faces help out other faces, don't they? So I'm sure there'd be faces that would help him. Randy will not return, just to team up. If he returns, he'll challenge Roman or Seth, says Ultimate Warrior. I actually think the opposite. I think if he returns, he will return to team up because he's been away for so long that for him to return and go into a singles match straight away is a massive, you're asking a lot. For someone that's been like, had back surgery and has been out of like active competition for 18 months, for him to return and go into like a singles program for titles and everything, you're asking a lot, an awful lot. Normally when people come back from these kind of injuries, they're protected for a bit. They're in a group. They're in a tag team. They've got like, they're eased back into it. I mean, look at Bayley. She came back from like a year away. She came back with damage control. And, we had some tag matches and she was eased back into singles competition. So I would expect the same for Randy. I wouldn't expect him to come back in a title match and go into singles match. I'd expect him to be in a multi-person match like this and then work his way towards being back in singles. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 18 minutes to go. Alexis said, I would rather have Randy return at Mania and have a final match with Cena in a career versus career match, or even as a final Mania match for both of them. What happened with Nakamura? I was watching football. Did we get any more hints? No, nothing. He had a match with Chad and that was it. We could still get a little backstage thing, but there was nothing more than a match from Nakamura this week. My top two options for a teammate would be Orton or Lesnar. Lesnar usually shows up around Survivor Series, says Colin. Hopefully he gets a ginormous, massive pop like Hulk Hogan Raw after WrestleMania level, said Dark Angel. Jay was part of the reason as to why Randy has been out for so long, brackets kayfabe-wise. I feel like there needs to be some tension. I agree. There should be some distrust. I mean, it was Usos and RK Bro feud, which, as you said, led to Randy going away. So, yes, good point. Dang, what about a Sammy Randy tag team for a bit, said AJG. Could be fun, couldn't it? Could be fun. I think definitely keep him. I mean, look, by the time we get to WrestleMania, after a few months of him, you know, doing some house shows and being back in the swing of things, then you may be able to get to a singles match by WrestleMania. And, you know, Rumble's going to be the Rumble, isn't it? And who knows, he might be involved in the Elimination Chamber for Elimination Chamber match. So there's a lovely little run now where we don't need to be putting him in like high pressure singles matches. You can do the odd little thing on Raw. It's little simple, little short matches, little squash things. It's nice and easy. Ease him back into things. And then, yeah, by the time you get to WrestleMania, you could look to put him in a singles match for something. But equally, yeah, you could put him in a tag team. It's a shame Riddle's not around. Otherwise, I would be quite adamant that he'd be coming back and going into RK Bro. Okay, Drew with a chop to Jay. But again, we need to make sure it's him first before we start fantasy booking him. Cody is trolling you. His old friend. It's going to be his former tag partner, Hardcore Holly, said Philip. It's going to be Randy, Brock, Big E, Owens, Rock, or Punk, said FaZe. Sam said, I think they're hoping Okada comes in. Maybe that's who Nakamura is talking about. I think Okada goes to AEW, personally. I don't know when... is there a little trip there? I don't know when Okada's contract is up, to be honest. I don't know that it's anytime soon. WWE are interested. The pitch is that Okada is now 36. WWE is easier on the body. Jay on the edge of the ring. Yeah, I'd like to know when his contract's up. I'm just reading this article. Forbes. And I don't think they're saying. Oh, here we go. AEW would be safer. It still isn't clear when Okada's contract expires. And just this year, he said that he wouldn't be leaving New Japan anytime soon. So Okada just this year said he wouldn't be leaving New Japan anytime soon. Jay is being scrunched up against the ring posts. James, shout out to you, said, I hope this isn't like Edge winning the title then retiring. Hopefully this isn't his curtain call. A match alongside Cody before he goes for good. It's a good point. It's a good point. If Randy, you know, it's brilliant if Randy is going to return. It is, you know, it is going to be fantastic. But it's still unknown how much we will get out of him. You know, Randy being in Survivor Series War Games could be very much like Big Show being in the match at Full Gear. You know, he's in it, but how much did he actually do? And it might be the same for Randy. And Randy, you know, might not be in a great place, and he might be coming back for just a short final run. He might be coming back to call it quits at WrestleMania 40. His body might be telling him it's time. So it will be fantastic to get him back. And whatever you get out of Randy from this point, I think has to be seen as a bonus. But again, let's get him back first. Let's see if it's him. Because we might have flipping Zack Ryder come walking down the entranceway. Jay is down. We got 12 minutes left to go. 12 minutes. Halloween King said, apparently Randy was scripted to be at this year's War Games for months, but with his injury not healing that fast, it was cut out the plan. That is just what I have seen, says Halloween King. Can Randy still do an RKO with how his back is? We'll find out. What if The Miz beats Gunther and Gunther is the one that beats Seth for the title, says McIntyre? It could go that way. Could go that way. I think Gunther beating Seth makes a lot of sense. I don't know so much about Miz beating Gunther, but I think The Miz deserves a moment like that where he gets a bit of respect. Because The Miz is a bit of like the butt of the joke. Drew scoops up Jay. So for him to get such a big, clean win would be a big statement. Jay gets hurled onto the commentary table. That's a yeet, says Drew straight down the camera. You're going to be disappointed because it's not Randy, said Jordan. Big E, said Cosmic Tron. The biggest plot twist ever. The fifth member is going to be an injured MJF. Mr. Unfamiliar said Stevie Richards should return as a manager that explains moves they do as they do them. F-City said Gunther is the best wrestler. He needs the world title. I love him. Halloween King said if Randy returns, he will beat Gunther because in a recent interview, Gunther has stated that he believes his championship run should end soon and he has accomplished his goal. The fifth member is going to be Ted DiBiase Jr., said Ultimate Warrior. Peter thinks it's going to be Matt Riddle. Death Note said, watch it be Buddy Murphy. Ledge Killer said, fifth man is going to be Brock Lesnar. Richard thinks it's AJ Styles. Do you know, it's amazing how many different names are being mentioned. I mean, it's true, we don't know 100% who it's going to be. We know who we think it's going to be, and we know who the rumors say it's going to be, but we don't know for certain who it's going to be. I hope it is. I really, really hope it is. And I hope he looks good and healthy. And I don't want him running down. You want him to like slowly make his way down, pose in the entranceway, the full-on pyro and everything. I guarantee when it's Orton, Jordan will say, I told you it was him, said James. DiBiase Jr., it's going to be LA Knight, said Carlos. So Kush said it's going to be The Fiend. Harry said, is there any update on Randy? No. I'll tell you in 10 minutes' time. The fifth man is going to be you, said King Kinshasa. Aaron thinks LA Knight. Jamai said, if it's LA Knight, I'm going to be peeved. Fifth member is Ozzy Osbourne, says hee hee ha ha. Carla said it's going to be the Honky Tonk Man. Death Note thinks Gilbert. Rikishi said Rampage. Let's go. Let's go. Randy Orton will never return to WWE, said Pro Max Sticker. Randy will never return to WWE. WrestleMania said it's going to be Mr. Fuji. Right, here we go. Final part of the show. Final segment coming up. Here we go. This is, in the words of Michael Jackson, this is it. Tomorrow night. Do you know what? It's so exciting because we are guaranteed to get a moment within the next 7 minutes. We just don't know if it's a moment we're going to enjoy, and we don't know how iconic the moment is going to be. But we are guaranteed to get a moment. Are we going to enjoy it? Or is it going to underwhelm? Is it going to be a big surprise? Is it a name that none of us has said? Okay, in the ring, it is Drew and Jay battling for the advantage, and time is ticking away. Yeet. It's going to be the Pug. tonight's show has been great for a go home. Oh, I agree. Especially for a go home. I mean, I'm probably right now at like a 7.25 range. If Randy's about to come out, I mean, we really are knocking on the door of an 8. Against the ropes goes Jay. Kick coming in. I just think Nakamura Chad was a bit flat. I also think maybe the mystery has kind of overshadowed this match as well. Like, the focus and the talk is who's it going to be, and this match has sort of just bubbled along in the background, you know? But we could have a big final 7-6 minutes here because this match is going to get more dramatic. I'm sure we're going to be seeing all the rest of the people coming down. We need to get the answer as to who the person is, and we are running out of time. Jay on his feet, back in the corner. Drew charging over, goes to the outside. Forearm strike there by Drew. Drew looking to climb up. Drew perched in the corner. He's up top right now. Jay pops up back on his feet. Roll through by Drew. Clothesline by Jay. Net breaker by Drew. Jay goes down. It's going to be someone from AEW, said Gregory. Elizabeth said, wouldn't it be nice if Cody asked his brother to team up with him? That would be nice. If it was Goldust, I would actually be really into that. I don't know how the crowd and the chat and the wrestling universe would respond, but it would be nice. Drew kips up, smile on his face. Drew backs up in the corner. Jay getting back up to his feet. 2, 1. Drew charging over. Kick there by Jay. Drew goes down. Jay going for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. 5 minutes left. Something's got to happen, said WWE for Life. Cameron Grimes said, could you imagine if it was Cameron Grimes? James Ellsworth. That would be the dream. That would be the dream. Jay is climbing up. Jay in the corner, perched. 4 minutes to go. It's going to be Stardust. Oh, my God. That would be amazing. Imagine if he came out as Stardust. Wow. That's a hell of a shout. Oh, Drew manages to get the Shell Shock DDT and Drew wins. Jay Uso loses clean to Drew McIntyre. Gotta say, that's the right result. Well, that means disappointment for the faces. They're gonna need cheering up. They're up against it at Survivor Series War Games. The heels will have the advantage. Here is Rhea Ripley. Big smile on her face. Okay, so Drew has just chucked Jay out the ring. Drew goes to the outsides. He's stripping the commentary table. Rhea Ripley has come down. Obviously, we need to find out who the mystery person, the mystery partner, is going to be. And we are seeing Rhea Ripley. We got some other people making their way down to the ring. Looks like it's going to be Judgment Day. Where the hell are the faces? Why is it that Jay is being beaten up and where's Sammy? Where's Seth? Where's Cody? Unless they're greeting their mystery partner. No, they were grabbing chairs. They were grabbing chairs. They've made their way down with chairs. Here's Seth, Sammy, Cody. They've got chairs. They're outnumbered. But the fact they've got weapons is giving them the slight edge here. We need to find out who's the mystery partner. Who's the mystery partner? Okay, so they're in the ring. Judgment Day are blocking the entranceway, though. There's a Randy chant. I'm glad you got the advantage. Here we go. We're not alone. We found a fifth member. Someone I've got a legacy with. You're looking at me like we're prey. The apex predator. I think these people know who it is. Smile on the face of Sammy. Massive Randy chant. You're not just hearing voices. They're right. So there we go. Cody says these people here tonight, they're right. Our partner is going to be Randy. He doesn't say the name, right? But he confirms what everyone is chanting. And we don't see Randy. We don't see him, but we know that he is going to be the partner. So I was expecting him to come walking out. I was expecting him to be there. But actually, this is probably a better way of doing it, because if you want to see Randy and you want to see what he looks like in 2023, you want to see him for the first time in 18 months, you're going to have to tune into Survivor Series, because that moment when he comes walking out is going to be goosebumps, man. I mean, we haven't seen it. We haven't had that. It's a weird way of doing it, but it's a way of doing it that I'm not down on. All right, it's disappointing for tonight because everyone tonight wanted to see him. But all they've done is they've told you who it's going to be, and they've saved one of the moments rather than giving you the reveal and you get to see him tonight. They've told you and they've saved you seeing him for Survivor Series. They want you to tune in for Survivor Series. And if you're going to go out of your way to tune into Survivor Series anyway, you know, why not push it to that? I'm watching Survivor Series. We're doing the watch along for Survivor Series, so why not just move it for there? So I think it's one that will get a bit of criticism because people have tuned in wanting to see Randy or wanting to see who this person is. But they've still delivered in telling you who it is. They've still told you who it's going to be. It's just the moment of seeing him has been pushed into Survivor Series. So there we go. Randy is going to return at Survivor Series. He is the mystery person on that team. What a shock, says Anne. No graphic or anything, no image that we can like show, unfortunately, other than the fact that Cody has just confirmed that it is going to be Randy. Orton. It's going to be Orton, yeah. So everyone wanted to know who it was going to be, and we got that answer. Mitchell said, start the video. I say we reached the 8 rating. Well, it is definitely video territory. Big news coming out of Raw. The mystery has been solved. It's been answered by Cody. He has revealed that the partner for their team at Survivor Series War Games is going to be Randy Orton. The crowd started chanting Randy's name, and Cody said that he's got a legacy with this person. He did lots of little Randy mentions and references, but he basically said the crowd were correct. They've gone and got themselves an apex predator. So Randy Orton confirmed as the mystery partner for this team at Survivor Series. There will be, I think, some criticism that Randy wasn't actually brought out on Raw. I think people were tuning in hoping, of course, to not only find out who the person was, but to see them. So I think there will be disappointment on that. But it's a move that I like, because I think, why give you everything on this show? You know who it is. It's not like we are still questioning who's going to be the mystery partner. We know who it is. But the seeing of him has just been delayed until Survivor Series, a show that I'm guessing many of you are going to be watching anyway. So that moment of actually seeing Randy, we just got to wait that little bit longer for it. So I really like that. It's not a standard way of doing it. Normally they reveal people by actually bringing them out. But maybe this was also part of the way they were able for it to not get ruined. If Randy had actually been spotted backstage, or if Randy, like, you know, people had seen Randy getting on a plane or at the airport, well, it would have been ruined. And actually, throughout the whole episodes of this Raw, all I saw was people speculating as to who it was going to be. Randy was definitely the favorite, but there was lots of other names that were being speculated about. And had Randy have actually been there, maybe it would have been spoiled. Maybe that secret would have come out, and actually this was a way of ensuring that it didn't leak and wasn't totally ruined. So we got the answer. We got what we were looking for primarily. But as I said, I do expect there to still be some criticism of the execution and the fact that we can't show images of Randy because he wasn't actually at Raw. But it just gives us something to look forward to, even more so at Survivor Series, where we will see Randy in a ring for the first time in 18 months. So Survivor Series, you know, it's a big show anyway, but it just got even bigger. Yeah, great. I liked it. I know that there's going to be people that don't, and that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but as I said, I think that it's a decent way of doing it. It's a different way of doing it, but it's a way that I'm not down on, because a big moment has just been saved for Survivor Series. I love that Jay was not excited about it being Randy, said Jacob. That's a good spot, that is. So coming back as, I need to get that poll up as well, don't I? As a mystery partner. What do you rate the show? I think I would give it a... I think I'm probably going to give something like get into the 8s. I need that OMG moment, and Randy's announcement, because we didn't see him, might have just took a little... It did. I mean, Randy not being on this show definitely takes something away from this show, doesn't it? I don't dispute that. I'm not saying that him not being here didn't take some up from the show. It definitely did. Seeing Randy and Randy coming out and doing the pose and the crowd going crazy, that's a big moment. And we didn't get that tonight. I don't mind that we didn't get it tonight. I'm not crying that we didn't get it tonight. I'm not complaining that we didn't get it tonight. I'm fine with us not getting it tonight. We're saving that moment for the big show this weekend, which makes sense. But it probably does just take away from this show. This show tonight does get slightly hurt by the fact that Randy wasn't there. That's fine. Both of these things can be true at the same time. So I think for me, like the main event, I don't know why, it just felt a little flat. Just felt a little off. So the main event just felt a little bit off. It was all right, but I think some of the action earlier was better. Maybe it was because I was distracted by the fact of, like, who's it going to be? Which way is this going to go? You know? I think maybe that was part of the reason. You know, I've probably got to take the blame as to why it's the main event didn't quite land. It was okay. It wasn't a bad match. It just, I just think the matches earlier just had a bit more energy about them, had a bit more about them. I was engaged with them more. It feels like a show that was a really enjoyable, really solid, like 2 hours, and then like this third hour, I think, just sort of I don't know. It's one of them, innit? I mean, if this was a 2-hour show, I mean, it'd be incredible, but it's a 3-hour Raw, and I think the last hour kind of brings it down a touch. But that's a big announcement at the end. It's a big announcement. And a very exciting announcement, and one that had been much speculated on. And I'm pleased it went the way that it went. So I'm probably going to settle on like a 7.75, but if someone wants to really like kick off and be like, no, this is definitely an 8.5, this is definitely in the 8s, what are you on about, blah, 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 I'd listen to it. But I think because of the way the announcement was done, even though I like it, it does take something away. And main event wasn't that strong. I didn't think Nakamura and Chad Gable was that strong. The women's Fatal 4-Way was okay. It was all right. But I think some of the other matches were really, really good. So 7.75 is still really high. 7.75 is still a really good score. It's not often that we even get to those levels. But that sort of feels where that's where I feel comfortable. So I would settle there, but I would definitely listen to people that were adamant it was better than that. What I want to do is keep putting your thoughts in because people want to know what people thought of this show. So you putting your scores in, even if I'm not able to look at it right now, other people in the community are. I can guarantee you that. And I'm going to put up a poll on the channel so that people can vote on there as to what they thought about it. Then we'll go in and read some people's thoughts and see what people thought about the show in the chat. And then we will all go our separate ways. So let's go into the channel and put this poll up. Did Orton return? It went off air, said don't diss my abilities. He didn't actually physically come out on the show, but it was said that he was going to be the mystery partner. So we know that it's going to be him. It's a different way of doing it. It's a way that some will criticize. But it's a way that, as I said, I quite like it. I think that you got what you were primarily looking for. What we wanted to know tonight was who's going to be the mystery partner. That's what we wanted to know, and we got that answer. What do you score WWE Raw? It's interesting because my poll has been voted on like by 4,500 people. Will Randy return tonight? Yes, 61%. No, 39%. I actually don't know who won. I don't know who wins that. I don't know who was correct because he was the guy that was announced, but he didn't return. So it's kind of mixed feelings. He kind of both are actually kind of correct. Technically, he didn't return tonight. But he was the person that was mentioned. He was the person that is going to be on that team. So both sides are sort of correct. So it's an interesting little quirky way that we've done it. Jim said maybe Orton is still working at the PC, trying to get back in ring shape. Yep. We know that he's been going there. We know that Randy is been working hard, and he's been working hard for a while because the pictures of him were a little while ago now. So, yeah, I would imagine he probably still is putting that work in at the Performance Center. So, mystery partner revealed by Cody Rhodes. Randy returns at Survivor Series. WWE posted Shin saying he's close and he's tired of waiting, maybe referencing CM Punk for Survivor Series. Did you see Jay's reaction to the return? I did. It's good that he's not overly excited. I love that detail. I think that's I think it's a good little touch. I don't expect CM Punk to be at Survivor Series. Shinsuke saying that it's close and that he's tired, whatever. I mean, he could have done something on the actual show if he was going to do an open challenge. This open challenge thing has been something that has just been speculation from fans. Well, there was nothing on this show tonight where he was issuing an open challenge, you know? If you was bringing CM Punk in, wouldn't you make a bigger thing out of this Shinsuke thing? Wouldn't you have Shinsuke, like, issue this open challenge and say that, you know, he's been watching this person for a long time and all this kind of stuff, and he's you know, issuing an open challenge, or not even an open challenge, but issuing a direct challenge, or, you know, he wants this person in. He just had his match. So a little backstage comment just makes me think it's more likely that Shinsuke's just gonna, you know, this is something that's playing out on Raw. So I can't say there was anything here that made me think that any different about CM Punk. Don't forget as well, there was a report a couple of weeks ago, which was, we want to make sure that we tell people it's Randy before Survivor Series so they don't think it's Punk. And tonight we've just had it announced that it's Randy before Survivor Series so that we take that mystery away. As of right now, there's no other mysteries at Survivor Series. As of right now, there is no open challenge from Shinsuke. So, I mean, could it go that way? Sure. But there's more chance it doesn't. So, you know, my feelings on it have just remained very consistent. They haven't changed. This makes me think the devil in AEW is Punk, says Al Leon. If people think Punk's returning, then you're just delusional, says Brony. We had over 3,000 votes as well in our poll on this channel, on this stream. We had over 3,000 people. I mean, Randy is such a superstar. Such a superstar. There was so much hope that it was going to be something significant, you know? And I think it delivered. I know we didn't actually get to see him, but I still think it delivered. Thoughts on the reports that Randy will turn on them, says Tyler. Well, I can't say I've seen these reports, so I can't really comment on them too much. Randy coming back, I think, is a big step. I think the fact that we've not had anything, the fact that we didn't have anyone today say it's going to be Randy. There was no report today saying it's going to be Randy tonight, right? Makes me think that that's certainly what the rumor was, that it would be Randy, but we never got it 100% confirmed. You know, like how like Kyrie has definitely re-signed and all this kind of stuff. There has been reports leading up to this saying that Survivor Series is where Randy is believed to be returning. But coming into this show tonight, there was not 100% confirmation it's definitely going to be Randy. Randy will be revealed, right? But he was the firm favorite. That makes me wonder, how can people be speculating that Randy is going to turn on people at Survivor Series if we didn't even have it 100% confirmed that Randy was going to be the person tonight? Do you know what I mean? How can we easily say that he's definitely turning on his team at Survivor Series if we didn't even know that it was going to be 100% him that was going to be at Survivor Series? So I think there's a lot of fan theory that exists out there. There's a lot of fake news that exists out there as well. I mean, there are whole YouTube channels that just put just rubbish out that they make up. just completely fabricated thumbnails and fabricated news. And I'm sure that's the same on Twitter, and I'm sure it's the same on TikTok, and I know it's on Facebook. So I've been sent stuff on Facebook that's been just lies. So I I've said it before. If it comes to news, I think find people that you trust. Find people that you trust. Like, I mean, I trust Sean Ross Sapp. I trust WrestleVotes. I trust Meltzer. Meltzer might not always get it right, but I think he tries to get it right. I think there's an intention there. I think he has got sources, and if he gets fed some bad news or if something changes, then, these things are going to happen. But what I don't think he does is actively outright just put lies in the Observer. I mean, stuff has been in the Observer, and things that he has said have also panned out to be correct. So that's one that might be debatable for people. That might be one that people are like, oh, I don't trust Meltzer. But that's fine. His reputation is a bit up and down at times. But I would still, if he said something, I would still listen. Sean, I would listen. WrestleVotes, I would listen. Better Wrestling Experience seems to be pretty good. So, I would definitely be listening to these people. Anything outside of that, just rumors, speculation, fan theory, all that kind of stuff, you can listen to it. But I wouldn't read anything into it because there's nothing to it. And Randy coming back to turn on his partners, I have not seen anything concrete on that. So it's just speculation. Could it happen? Sure. Might it not happen? Sure. It's one of them, isn't it? I think it's as close as we're going to get to the Golden 8. So I've given it an 8. It's been a long time since we had a good weekly show that was this good, said Mitchell. CM Punk won't be back. People don't realize Mark Corden, he hasn't been a good employee. It's sad that people want Punk back when Punk himself is not interested, said Glenn. Let him in. Thank you. Bray said it is to be continued ending, and I like that. That's true, actually. Like, you didn't get everything tonight. That's good. It's good. Wrestling shows and really good TV shows should leave you on a cliffhanger and leave you wanting more. And that's exactly what they've done. They've left you wanting more. Because you know that it's Randy, but I don't know that that's really going to satisfy people until they see that it's Randy. And you haven't had that tonight. So is that going to just help them get a few more viewers for Survivor Series? If you knew that Randy was back and you saw him tonight, there would probably be a few people that would be like, okay, I've seen him now. And, I'll just get the results for Survivor Series. Whereas now, actually seeing him, what does he look like? What's, physically, what kind of shape is he in? What's his ring gear? What's his entrance music? Anything about him, his presentation, there's still question marks. That might just convince people that might not have tuned into Survivor Series to tune into Survivor Series. But yeah, I mean, we all know that this is going to divide opinion. I'm not silly. There'll be plenty of people going, that was a cheap move by WWE and whatever. But I liked it. Okay, let's get into the chat. Where do I go? Yeah, what time is it? We'll stick around for 8 minutes. 8 minutes. We'll get to past, and then we'll all go along our merry way. Cosmic Tron said, I can't see him turning on his first match back, says Cosmic Tron. EWE figure said, that'll make no sense with Randy turning on them. Ram said, Punk did a better job as a commentator. Alex Bliss Gamer gives it an 8 out of 10. Haha said, does he have shaved hair or not? And has he got a shaved moustache or not? Yeah, he has played around with his facial hair a little bit, hasn't it? Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Sam Adams said, let's be honest, the only reason they said it was Orton tonight is that they don't want fans upset when Punk doesn't show. Orton might have got booed by Chicago if they were expecting Punk. Radley-O said CM Punk in the Grayson Waller effect at Survivor Series. Sukraj said Nakamura has a new promo. Victoria said Randy is going to change his finishing move. He may be using his punt as the finisher now. A. Jobson said Randy against Cody sounds good. Cody said I have a legacy with him, linking to legacy days with Orton and DiBiase Jr., but DiBiase Jr. is in prison. And then Cody said Apex Predator, which is the nickname for Orton, says James. Randy might turn. His Randy, for some reason, said Thruka. Days, check out Jey Uso's face. Saw it. Didn't they ban the punt, said Cosmic Tron. I think they did for a time. Whether they would allow it back, obviously there's been a lot of change in WWE, so whether it would be allowed to be brought back or whether Randy's going to have to establish a new finishing move, it'll be very interesting to see if he does an RKO. It'll be very interesting to see if he even teases the RKO, because if he even teases doing an RKO, that would at least suggest that his character is still going for RKOs. If he doesn't even tease an RKO, then that would suggest that his character knows that he's got to move away from that move. We just don't know what physical shape he's going to be, and I expect him to be good. I mean, he seemed to be walking all right and at the Performance Center, and it seems like, so I'm sure I saw a little clip. It's not like he's, a broken down man. I expect him to be largely as he was, but we do know that doctors said to him, like, he might not be able to return to wrestling, and so he might have to be very, very careful with the bumps that he takes going forward. So, yeah, it happens. Wrestlers have to evolve their moveset as they get older. Daniel Bryan has had to do that as well. He's had to evolve his moveset. So Undertaker had to do the same. As well, there's certain things that you just can't do as much. There's certain bumps that you ideally want to avoid. And it might be that Randy just has to do that, but it doesn't mean that he's still not going to be capable of putting on banging matches, Why did they ban the punt but still allow the curb stomp, says Rams? Well, it depends, to be honest, as to if there's been any incidents. So the thing with the curb stomp is that for Seth in particular, it's quite an easy move to control. You don't actually connect with the head, and if he's done it loads of times and there's been no incident, then that's not a problem. But if Randy has caught a couple of people, or if that move's been done by other people, like a punt to the head, and it's caused some issues, then that's why you'd be on the chopping block with it. So. I could only imagine that there's been a few issues. I can only imagine that they've looked at it and said that they just don't trust it, and that maybe Randy would be allowed to do it, but others are not allowed to do it. It's a bit like the curb. I mean, Seth could probably get away with doing that, but it's not a move that they would want others doing. Anything with the head is, you got to be really, really careful. Really, really careful. Do you think Randy should dethrone Gunther? No. Let Him In said, Randy gives punts during the pandemic. Kels and Swift is over. Kels fumbled and lost the game for the Chiefs tonight. Did he? Is their relationship actually over? I mean, not that I care, and not that I even know who he is, but that would be interesting. Randy did punts to McIntyre in the 2020 during their feud, said James. So there's no chance for a CM Punk return. I'm not expecting it. But, there's going to be so much talk around it. People will find different ways. There's people hoping that Nakamura is going to issue an open challenge, which he didn't do tonight. And my understanding is he's just done a video, and he hasn't done it in this video either. So unless Nakamura's going to issue it on social media at some point, or appear on the actual show and do it on the actual show. It doesn't look like that's the direction we're going at the moment. There's other people saying that we might get a spontaneous Grayson Waller effect. So there's hope. People have got hope, and I don't blame them. I'm not blaming these people. I'm not having a go at these people. I'm not. There's no shade being thrown. It's just there's nothing but hope. That's it. There's nothing but hope at the moment. It's just people want CM Punk to come back, and they're hopeful that they can find, well, this could happen, that could happen. But there's just there's no reports or evidence or proof that it is going to go that way, you know? Could it go that way? It might do. It might do. And if you are a massive CM Punk fan and you really want to keep, like, you know, that dream alive, do it. Do it, you know? It's Survivor Series is in Chicago, and it's a big show, and it's the last big show, and Punk is free. So, yeah, there's a chance, but people keep asking me, do you think it will happen? I don't. If it happens, it'll be something that I didn't expect and didn't predict. And I'll put my hands up to that. I put my hands up to the Edge thing. So I'll put my hands up to the CM Punk thing as well. So I don't think we can sit here now, certainly after the Edge move, and say there's no chance. But at the moment, it's very firmly in the unlikely column. Big announcement this Wednesday. Don't miss it, said Tony Khan. Please tell me Randy returned tonight. Well, Randy was named, but he wasn't shown. We did do a video on it, so the video is on the channel. But so he was mentioned, but sadly not shown. So one that's still going to be disappointing, I think, for some people. But listen, those same people, I'm sure, were going to be watching Survivor Series. So they've just got something to look forward to, because you will get to see Randy for the first time in a ring in 18 months. That's pretty cool. He did return. He came out last minute, just before he came out, said Jennifer. That's right. He came out. It was an amazing moment, and it was very emotional. Randy didn't return, but he will most likely be the 5th member. Oh, he definitely is the 5th member. Cody has said that. He said these people are right as they were chanting for Randy. I wonder if he will have facial hair, says Let Him In. A. Jobson said, I think Randy comes out on Saturday and takes out Jay, and CM Punk takes his place. William, shout out to you. No offense, but football fans will destroy Swifties. You're saying there's still a chance of Punk is everything I'm hearing, said Justin. Well, what I'm saying is that, is there a chance? There's a chance, right? Because he's a wrestler, he's alive. This is a wrestling company. It's a company he's worked for before. And so there's a chance. I mean, equally, there's a chance that the Pope could be at Survivor Series, because he's alive. He's a person. If WWE wanted to call him up and say, do you want to be in at Survivor Series? There's a chance the Pope could be there. You know, there's a chance that Taylor Swift might get added to the women's match. There's a chance of, like, yeah, she's a person, she's alive, you know? So is there a chance? There's a chance. But how big is that chance? I mean, to me, it's tiny, it's minute. It's you know, borderline not even worth talking about level chance. I think that, you know, the report was that they wanted to announce Randy so that people didn't get their hopes up for Punk. And that was a report from weeks ago. And it has gone that way. This is exactly what's happened. They've just announced Randy. If Punk was still in AEW and was in a contract and signed, would they have done this the exact same way? Maybe they would. Or maybe they would have kept it as a surprise to have got people to have tuned into Survivor Series. You know? Maybe they would have kept it as a surprise. So there could be something in that report, couldn't there? There could be something in that report from a few weeks ago that they didn't want people getting their hopes up for Punk. And so this was going to be announced, and it has been announced, and it has gone that way. So, but yeah, is there a chance? There is a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance? Let's Killer said, I'm looking forward to Orton. Let's go. Kieran said, do you see Randy turning on Cody or Jay at War Games? I don't know. I don't see it. I think that Randy coming back would be a big moment. I think people will want to hear from Randy on Raw. I don't think you need to do a moment like that. I don't think you need that kind of betrayal. I think you would only necessarily do it if the next feud is going to be with Randy. But to be honest, Cody is surely going up against Roman at WrestleMania, which means if WrestleMania is early April, that means that Cody potentially is going to win the Rumble and is going to be doing like segments with Roman on the road to WrestleMania. So do we really need a program with Randy? And can Randy even do a singles program with Cody? I mean, we're at the point where we are just going to make our way towards the Rumble now. So I feel like Cody needs a little something between now and the Rumble, but a feud with Randy is not a little something. A feud with Randy is a massive deal. I mean, if you do at that turn, my first thought would be that the payoff will be at WrestleMania. If you do Randy turning on Cody, then surely that pays off at WrestleMania, and we do Randy Cody. If that happens, if Randy turns at Survivor Series on Cody, I will be very worried for Cody Roman at WrestleMania 40, because there's so much history between these two that in order to tell this story, this doesn't feel like a little feud. A little feud is Dominic Mysterio. A little feud would be something with Bronson Reed. Like Cody and Randy is a program. That's something to get your teeth into right there. So I think bring Randy back, have him working with someone. I don't think you have Randy on his own. I don't mind the idea of him teaming with Sammy. I mean, what is Sammy going to do at WrestleMania? A Randy-Sammy tag team? I wouldn't be against that. So, yeah, I'd be leaning towards no, just because I don't think that program is a quick program. And I think that Cody has got enough on his plate. If it's going to be Roman Rock at WrestleMania, then I think Cody Randy makes a lot of sense. So if he turns on Saturday, might be an indicator that it could be Rock Roman and it could be Randy Cody at WrestleMania, because we are now at the point where, we do things now to set him up for Mania. Punk coming back is possible, but highly unlikely, says let him in. Yep. Justin said WWE could be like AEW and just have a match with little to no build. I still can't believe they wasted MJF and Omega. eFootball said Randy back. Yep. He got mentioned tonight, but not shown. Dakota said, did you know that I went to the October 27th and I saw the taping of the November 3rd episode of SmackDown? I hope you had a good time. Robert said, with Randy being back, do you see him as full-time or part-time? I think he'll be full-time, but that will be a lot of promos. I don't think he'll wrestle each week. I think that Randy needs to protect him. I think that Randy needs wrapping in cotton wool and bubble wrap. I think that Randy has come back from a very serious injury and needs to be in tag matches, multi-person matches, needs promos, needs to be around other people. I mean, if they put him in a tag team, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Because I think that he needs to be he needs hot tags. He needs to be on the outside of the ring. And actually, do you know what? I mean, maybe the reason why he was in that team with Riddle was because of his injuries. I mean, I'm not aware that it was a moment that happened that resulted in Randy having to go away. I'm not aware of there being like one moment that we can go back to and rewatch when he got injured. I think it's more a gradual breaking down of his body, which resulted in him having to go off and get this surgery. And maybe that's why the RK Bro team even existed in the first place, because Randy needed to be protected. And putting him in the team with Riddle meant Riddle could do the heavy lifting and the hot tags could be made. Crowd could pop as Randy got like those big moments where he gets tagged in. And I feel like we're going to need to do the same now that he's back, because he's going to need to be eased back into this, which is why, again, another reason why a program with Cody just feels a bit... It's a hell of an ask for someone that's been out the ring for 18 months. It's a big ask. I know he's been working at the Performance Center, though, so obviously I'm not privy to what they've been doing there. But again, going back to the likely, unlikely scenario, I have to think that what is likely for Randy is tag team, multi-person, protect Randy type situations, not big singles program with Cody. That's a big ask. We can work to that. I'm not saying we'll never get that. We can work towards that. That can be a long-term goal. Like maybe that's SummerSlam. Yeah. Maybe Randy is going to be an opponent for Cody when he gets the title. Randy wants one more shot at the title, or wants a shot at the title, and he steps up to Cody, and that's what SummerSlam 2024 looks like. But I just think that that's maybe not where we're going to go. Like, boom, Randy's back, boom, he turns, boom, it's a big program with Cody. It just feels like it's too much too soon. Again, he's back. Let's ease him back in. Let's hear from him. Let's hear what he's been through. Let's hear about, you know, what changes he might have to make. Is he the same person? Is he a different person? Does he know that he's got a limited time left in this industry? Blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff. You know, maybe put him in a tag team. Maybe he goes for the tag titles at WrestleMania. So I think he could work a full-time schedule, but I think a lot of that is going to be promos, tag matches, just appearances rather than, you know, regular matches. Right, we did say we were going to cut things off. WWE fans chanted, and hoped for Punk for 7 years. Then he went to AEW. It hurt their feelings, and now they want him back, said Sam. Well, I think it's, you know, some of those fans are different fans now. You know, some of those fans that were chanting for him before aren't watching anymore. You know, they've moved on to other things, whatever. So some of these are, you know, different fans. Some of them are still the same fans, yeah. I mean, it is true that CM Punk has been very outspoken for how much he dislikes WWE. We're like abused partners. CM Punk has been very vocal about his dislike for WWE and his disdain for WWE and how AEW is real wrestling. He went to WWE's biggest rival and put down the fact that he left wrestling when he joined WWE. Do you remember that comment when it was like, it's so good to be back in wrestling for the first time in like 15 years or whatever? And people were like, hang on, he's only been out of WWE for 7. And it's because he wasn't talking about WWE. He doesn't class WWE as wrestling. And he was throwing a bit of shade. You know, he was quite quick to throw shade at WWE. And it is true. A lot of WWE fans are like, we want him back. We're like abusive partners. It's listen, if he comes back, he comes back. I don't mind CM Punk. I don't mind him. I think that he brings a lot. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very outspoken. He's very honest. But you know what you get with CM Punk. No nonsense. People like him. He's a cool guy. Good promos, great matches. He's a great professional wrestler. And he's got the ability to like win you over. He said what he felt he needed to say for the AEW fans to love him. And if he came back to WWE, I'm sure he'd say whatever he needed to say to get the WWE fans to love him. So I'm sure that he would come back and find a way forward, but it is true, like, he has been very outspoken about his dislike for this company. So, I miss Raw. I was asleep, said Kieran. But I looked around YouTube and I saw Cody that hint Randy his nickname and the lyrics to his theme, Let's Go. Right, I think we're done. It was a show that really delivered, really enjoyed it. For a go home, it was excellent. It's one of the best Raws that I've seen in a hot minute. And really, really enjoyed it. It set up Survivor Series a treat. Don't forget that we are back tomorrow with our NXT Watch Along. Of course, Wrestling Escape Pod before that on its own channel. But on this channel, NXT Watch Along. We're back on Wednesday for the fallout of Full Gear on Dynamite. Then, of course, we've got SmackDown. There'll probably be a member stream this week on Thursday, but we've got SmackDown on Friday. Survivor Series. We're starting early, boys and girls. We always do. So we'll be here chatting wrestling at least 2 hours before the kickoff show. So I just want to say a big, big thank you to everyone. If you were cheering for Punk, if you were hoping that, or you hate Punk, if you agree with what I was saying, if you disagree with what I was saying, you're all welcome. You're all entitled. Everyone's opinion is valid. But I just really appreciate people stopping by and, joining in the conversation and sharing their thoughts, and felt like a big Raw tonight. I think this will get an excellent rating, even though it was up against a very difficult competition in the NFL. Certainly felt like there was a lot of people around. It felt like the interest was there tonight. And to be honest, there's been a few Raws where it's felt very quiet. So it's excellent to know that the people are still out there and that the enthusiasm is still alive and well. Raw has been drifting for a while. We've been getting like 1.3, 1.4 ratings. So it's really reinvigorating, to see so many people around. And I hope that continues for Survivor Series as well. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Have a great evening wherever you are. I'm pleased that this was a show that delivered, and we'll see what NXT can do tomorrow. Bye for now.